Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. So, 7/29/2023, it's 83 degrees outside. Damn. And I want to say, starting out, I just want to say thank y'all. We reached 500 subscribers today, and that may not seem like a big deal to some of y'all out there, but it's a big deal to me. You know, been grinding, doing this show. We're right around 2 years, a little over 2 years doing the show, and we're at 500 subscribers. And most of those subscribers came in the last few months, so we're blowing up. You know, I'm looking for that 1K to happen by the end of the year. We're gonna see though. Check us out, like, share, and subscribe, leave comments, I will reply to your comments if I can, a lot of times, when I have time. When I'm on the show, I'm really going to reply to your comments. I'm going to try my hardest to do it within a good time frame. I get better at that when there's someone else on the show, like when Doc is here and Pat. They let me know when there's people in the comments, because I be reading articles and all kinds of stuff, looking at other screens, and I don't see the comments. They don't be on my screen. So if I'm slow reacting to your comments, it's because of that. It's not because I'm ignoring your comment. Sometimes it's because we're like right in the middle of like a thought, and I want to let someone get their thought out before I get to the comments. Those will be the only reasons why. So peace and love. We're back at it. You feel good? I was thinking about doing the lyrics to a song. It was the Gorillas. They have a song called "Feel Good," and I'm like, feel good. It's so much about that. It's there's a song by dang it, Young Jeezy. He has a song, and at the beginning of the song, he says, "It's all about how you feel." And it was years ago I heard that song, and ever since then, like, I've been thinking about that because I feel like it's true. It's all about how you feel. You look good when you feel good. You feel good when you look good. You know, and that's what it's all about. Health is attractive. Feeling good is what it's all about. Ask the rich man who has everything. Anyways, um, politics heating up. That's the name of the show today. Politics heating up. I'm probably not gonna do a monologue. I don't know where I want to start though. That's always a problem. Um, um, Give me a second while I try to just make a decision here. Let's just go into Insta and go there. Democracy Now! Posted this. They said in Ohio, newly released body cam video shows Officer Ryan Speakman unleashing a police dog on an unarmed black truck driver, Jadarius Rose, after a traffic stop on July 4th. A 911 call recording reveals Rose feared for his life before pulling over. I covered this already, but I didn't play the 911 call, so let's do this.
They throwing stuff on the ground trying to explode the tire.
Right, so you'll stop.
Right, so they are trying to kill me.
No, they're not trying to kill you.
They are. Yes, they are. Because I do not feel safe with stopping. I don't know why they throwing stuff on the ground trying to get me in the accident.
Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up. Don't. Do not. Get the dog off of me. Get the dog off of me. Get the dog.
In the other clip, I didn't see how the dog went the whole wrong ass way and shit. They had to redirect him.
They're not trying to kill you.
Yes, they are. Obviously, they throwing stuff on the ground trying to explode the tire.
It says 23-year-old Rose was bitten, dragged by the arm, hospitalized, and later released to be booked at the Ross County Jail on felony charges of failure to comply. Damn, that's a felony? Wow. The Circleville Police Department announced Officer Speakman has been fired and his actions did not meet the department's standards and expectations. They charged him. That stuff about like resisting arrest, failure to comply, that don't sound like a freaking, definitely does not sound like a freaking felony. Like, what were they pulling him over for in the first place? Like, did they find anything? Did they find any drugs or weapons? Did he have warrants out? You know, they said he had a mud flap. So that sounds like a ticket. It turns all the way into a felony? Wow. Legal scholar Madeline Waslisko, Wazelkooks. Ooh, somebody help me freaking pronounce this. Wazelzook, who has helped represent people attacked by police dogs, says the violent deployment of canine is often sanitized and valorized when the dogs are used as public relations tools.
Canines can be used as sort of fuzzy mascots. They're brought onto morning shows. They get trotted out as a public relations tool. And so there's this warm feeling that many of us have for dogs. Of course, that has racial components as well. But they're used in that way, and we don't focus on what they're truly trained to do. And even in law schools, we really focus on dog sniffs, tracking, rescue operations. And so they're seen as these valorized canine cop heroes. And we don't focus so much on the real violence that they do when they're used for, again, quote unquote, apprehension. Canines can be used as sort of fuzzy.
It says the pattern extends to those already in prison. A new investigation reveals that patrol dogs in U.S. prisons have attacked at least 295 people since 2017. Journalist Hannah Beckler shares the harrowing accounts of prisoners and corrections officers who witnessed patrol dogs intimidating and attacking prisoners.
These attacks are severe. As you said, they're sometimes permanently disfiguring and disabling. At least 18 men I identified had to be hospitalized for the sheer force and brutality of these attacks. It's puncture wounds, it's crush injuries. Sometimes it results in septic infections, which is life-threatening. But what I have been told many times from these men who are attacked is the psychological impact is also incredibly severe. Many experience panic attacks, nightmares, intrusive thoughts, and other symptoms that are consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder months or even years after the attack. Even those folks who witness these attacks say that it's devastating. They also suffer nightmares afterwards. I spoke to corrections officers who similarly say that witnessing the blood, the screaming, The sheer sense of terror is primal, is what they told me, and incredibly traumatizing, something that they have to live with for, again, months and years afterwards. These attacks.
Man, I bet, probably scared of dogs, like all dogs, little ones, medium-sized dogs, everything. Just keep them away from me after you had a situation like that come across, because people are like, oh, he don't bite or whatever. He's friendly. It's like, I don't care. Get him away from me. It says, I'm not trying to lighten the, laugh at this or anyway, because this is not really funny, but whatever. It says both Wazelzook and Beckler, both Wazelzook and Beckler argue that trained dogs have a long history of being used to attack indigenous people, hunt people running from slavery, and to suppress protests such as those in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963. There's a thorough line of this materialized, racialized violence when it comes to police dogs, says Wazelzook. It says 1963, police used dogs to attack marching protests against racial segregation. Yeah, we've all seen these images. They're like iconic. I don't know if iconic is the right word to use, but it kind of like symbolizes the civil rights era. Because when you read the history books, they're going to always throw in some of these images right here, because it was traumatizing. This is what kind of turned the tide too, that led to the all those civil rights laws being passed. It was the images of this, because they were showing this on live TV. Everybody was watching it, and it was like, wow, I didn't know they was that horrible. And like, we need to pass some laws or something. Yeah.
Black men, stop arguing with these women. If you can't tell her anything, leave her alone. Let's give more attention to women who are open-minded and actually want to understand and grow. This is one of the reasons we die so early, forcing shit. Stop it.
Pay attention. Walk away. Walk away.
Black men.
Toxic relationships, man. I don't know what it is about that. It's like, what is the attractiveness to these toxic relationships? People, they don't want to respect you or whatever. They don't want to grow together. They don't want to have real conversations. They just want to fight, argue, cause drama, act like they're upset when they're not, just like entertaining themselves with this stuff. Meanwhile, freaking life is going by and you're in some toxic ass relationship. Like, it takes my breath away. I ain't gonna lie, because it's like, I think it's the internet, it's the movies that people watch, and they think it's cute. They think it's funny, and it's like, it seems like you can't find anyone who's not like that. I think that's the reason why a lot of people end up in these relationships and kind of staying, because it's like everyone behaves this way. So it's like, maybe it's something about this person I like that'll let me, gets me to tolerate it or whatever. Man, our society is so toxic right now. Extremely toxic. In more ways than one.
Super easy way to bring nature back into cities. It's called a vegetal canopy, made by Green Shades in Spain. It regulates temperature, decreases air pollution, and restores wildlife to urban areas. They have a cleverly designed irrigation system which keeps the plants happy, and the canopy is set at a slope so that a drain can catch excess water. Plants naturally clean air, and this canopy is specially designed to optimize their ability to absorb CO2 and nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide, two of the most common pollutants in cities. Imagine a city full of these, but also lampposts covered in greenery and bus stops with pollinated gardens on top. How cool would that be? Would you like to see these on a street near you? Tap the like button if you would, and let me know your thoughts in the comments. This
makes a lot of sense. Why don't we build more like this? It just makes sense. It just makes sense. And with things being, with the temperatures being so high and it being so hot, I think we will start seeing stuff like this because it's going to make it cooler. It's going to bring in moisture. It's going to bring in shade. It's going to, just lower temperatures in certain areas. These urban areas, I was reading about it, about they have these heat domes over these urban areas. And it has to do with all of the concrete and the steel. The plants naturally absorb this stuff. It absorbs the heat. These buildings, these structures just bounce the heat off of it, and then it's just us freaking boiling. What problem would anybody have with something like this? Like, I can't see how you would have a problem with this. It's only going to help, and it's not going to be expensive, and you can even go a step further and plant fruit bearing plants, plants that berries, different kinds of like vegetables, herbs, things that people can use. So it'll be double. It'll be able to be used and ate by people, and it'll help, cool anything down. Like, you can say you don't believe in global warming or whatever, that's fine. But still, what problem would you have with this idea right here? Having nothing to do with global warming, just making your neighborhood look nicer, cooler, air a little cleaner, have some freaking berries and stuff you can pick. What problem would you have with that? Like, our society has gotten so cold, we're so thoroughly programmed to like the way we do things is the best and the best it'll ever be, or whatever. Like, we can't improve the way we do things in a different way. That's the reason why everything is so out of whack. We live so out of balance with nature. We don't have nature in mind when we build things, and that's the reason why things are all the way out of whack. And that's the reason why we are out of whack. We're not in balance with nature. We don't move and live in balance with nature. And that's why we are suffering, and you want to say that we're not. We clearly are. Like, even the people who are in the top echelon of society, like, owner class, upper class people, they're dealing with all of this craziness too. You can have all the money that you want, but you still walking down these streets and getting the sun shining on you, or when you walk into your car or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, come on, it's so many different ways. Like, how much time we spend in our cars is another thing. Like, okay, you have a driver, that's fine, but you still stuck in traffic. Somebody's here. What up, Deuce? How you feel, man?
Hey, what's going on? Pretty good. How about you?
Man, great. I ain't gonna lie, I was thinking about calling you today. I worked all day though, so I didn't really have time, but I thought about calling you like on my way home from work.
Oh yeah, that's what's
But I
up.
didn't.
What's up?
So I probably shouldn't even mention it, but I guess off air we'll chop it up. Anyways, what do you think about this right here, this canopy? They're talking about, building these little canopy things and putting plants on them, and they'll bring down like the temperature. They'll take out like bad stuff out of the air,
Uh,
conserve water and stuff like that. Put them on lampposts, above bus stops, on top of buildings. They have it already in a lot of places. I've seen it, like in New York and other places. Here in Houston too, I've seen it, where they have like these like gardens that are on the rooftops, and it's not just like for aesthetics, it has practical purposes.
yeah.
What do you think about it? Have you seen
I
any
mean,
of that stuff already?
um, I mean, I haven't personally seen it. But I mean, the benefit of it could probably be, I would think, would be pretty good. But I mean, that'd be nice, but I just think like instead of clearing all of this land for buildings and warehouses and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? How about they start planting more trees around the city? You know, how about they start utilizing some of these older, buildings and warehouses and going through and, updating that infrastructure instead of, they're leaving the shit there,
Yeah, I
and
demolish them
going.
and plant like a garden or whatever. Plant like a little forest or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing that and they're constantly clearing up land everywhere, bro. Like, there's hardly any trees around the city anymore.
Yeah.
Like, so, I look at that. I mean, it could be some benefit to it, but just, think about the already tax dollars and how that could affect, taxpayers, with for them going, because they're gonna charge a stupid amount to do it. Anything government, something like
Yeah.
that, these companies are gonna rob, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I think private companies can do it too, like landlords, people that own the buildings, people that own certain companies, like they can put it around their buildings and stuff like that. I think it could be done privately too. And I think about that song where it goes, pave paradise and put up a parking lot. If I'm saying the words right. Freaking, that's what we do. We tear down paradise and we put up a parking lot or a freeway.
yeah,
I-10 is the widest freeway, I think, in the world. And the Katy freeway.
yeah, it's the widest, but it's probably one of the most congested in the fucking city, bro. Like,
That's the
you're
next
sitting
thing.
in that shit. You're
That's
sitting
the,
in that shit
that's what I was
bumper to
about to
bumper for
say.
hours.
That's what I was about to say. It's the widest freeway in the world, but we sit on that damn thing like it's a damn parking lot.
Yeah. Like, I hate going I-10. I hate going I-10 west, bro. Like, I-10 towards West Houston, Katy area. I hate having it. It's like there's no time that you go through there and there's not fucking bumper to bumper traffic. And then for one, the speed limit is so slow. So
And
you
people
have
drive
people,
slow.
yeah, and then you have the people that are doing like under the speed limit, and then you
Yeah.
have the people that are speeding. It's always a clusterfuck on that
Yeah.
freeway, bro.
There's so many wrecks through there. It sucks so bad. I remember when they were working on I-10 and working on 290 or whatever. And then like a lot of the traffic went to 90. And then they were like, okay, well, when I-10 opens up, it's gonna release the pressure on 290 and people are gonna take I-10. And they were right, but it's just more cars, it's more people. Especially that area, West Houston, is blowed up in the last like 10 years or so, like really blowed up dramatically.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of people and it's a lot of cars. So it didn't really get better. It just like the traffic did move to I-10, but now it's like all the cars are going that way. Like it's not better really.
Yeah, and the transportation system down here fucking sucks, bro. Like, like I think they should get the. I mean, I'm sure they got some smart engineers that can engineer some shit that would be logical, that will work,
Well, we
that
need a
will
train.
cut
They
cut
talked
down
about it.
on people having to drive some, because that's the biggest thing about Houston, man. It's like, we don't have a lot of people. Houston is a big city, but it's really small, bro. Like, it's the same fucking freeway that just goes east, west, north, south. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're really not that big. We don't have a whole lot of rural real estate. Like, when you get up around like North Texas, up like around Dallas, going towards San Antonio, like their toll roads. When you hop on the toll road in Seguin, Texas, going and you take that towards Austin, bro, it's 80 miles an hour on that fucking thing. Our toll road is 65. It literally goes around the city. You know what I'm saying? And it's a clusterfuck. When I'm in Austin or San Antonio or up around Dallas on the President George Bush Turnpike, like, I never run into fucking traffic on that, bro. It's smooth sailing, 75, 80 mile an hour through there. It's
Well,
just our system sucks here.
the system sucks. It's too many cars. You know, we were supposed to have a train. You know, that's the reason why, like in the middle of the freeway and the Katy Freeway, like they have those HOV lanes, but they're super wide. You ever notice that shit? It's supposed to be a train. When they proposed it in the expansion of the I-10 going towards Katy part of I-10 freeway, they were supposed. The original plan was to have a high-speed rail to go. It was going to go in the center of the freeway. And that's what that space that's left there that we use for the HOV lanes is there for. It's really supposed to be a train there. And it still would have had HOV lanes on either side of the train. Then there's enough space for that. But no, the train fell through. People are so selfish. You know, they don't like the idea of the trains. And then they were talking about how much it was going to cost and people didn't want to spend or whatever. It was like, oh, you're going to raise our taxes or whatever the hell. But they were like, property taxes were supposed to cover that stuff, you know, and then like, it was like, oh, well, certain people were going to bear the brunt of the cost of it, and they weren't going to be the ones who were going to benefit from it. So it pretty much got scrapped.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, man. You know, people, you got the people that don't see the benefit of it, but like, you know, me personally, bro, like I feel like if you live like inner city, like there should be like some type of transportation, you know, like something where like other than the buses, other than like metro and all of that type of shit, because the buses, you know, I'm not saying they're inefficient, but a lot of times they don't run efficient enough, you know,
and they don't go far enough. They have very limited routes. They don't. What bus can you catch to go out to Katy?
Shit, I don't know. I don't think there is a metro, but unless it's park and ride is probably the only thing that goes out to Katy, bro.
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's a bus that goes out there. You have to have a car if you live in Katy, and that's the reason why we have so many cars, because Katy blowed up. Everybody lives out there has 1, 2, 3 cars.
Yeah,
they have to have it.
Yeah, and then if you live down my way, you definitely got to have a car too, because there ain't only buses that come out here. Like I say, it's park and ride. Where I'm at out here in Lee City, there's only, you got the park and ride transit center, which is at the hospital right here, UTMB Hospital. So you park your vehicles there, and you know.
And it's a reason why it's like that. If you look at it, you notice that the really nice neighborhoods don't have buses that go through them. Like, what bus can you catch to go to the Woodlands?
Shit, none. It's park and ride that go out that way. I think there is some metro buses that go out there. I think no, it's the Woodlands actually had their own like bus line for a while. Like you would see them in downtown. Like, you know, it had the Woodland. It said Woodlands on the side of the bus, but I don't know if I think it's a part of Metro, but that may be a park and ride system too. So I don't know.
Let me read some comments on this. It says, would you love to see this in your city? That's the caption. One person says, love it, hashtag. Another one says, this seems cool, but looks like a maintenance nightmare. How long do they last, and how often do they need to be maintained? What if one collapsed on someone from too much saturation in age? People always got some freaking reasons. You can always find a reason to not do things. And that's what I be telling my daughter. You can always find a reason to not do something. So try to focus on the reasons to do them. Another comment.
I mean, for oversaturation, they can put in like drainage system, you know, on those. Like if they build like overpasses, that's just you know, vegetation or plants. They can put drain systems where that shit can drain off the, you know, almost like a gutter style system where it drains down the side.
They showed it in this video. They showed it. It's a canopy, so it's like a mesh canopy, and it's connected to a drainage, like a gutter. So yeah, I don't even think that will really be a problem. Like they already planned that out in the, you know, the way that they want to construct it. Another comment that says, how about planting trees on the streets? In which they do in some areas. And again, the nicer areas are the ones that have the trees. You notice that? You go to the hood, there's no trees, you know, on the streets. The Woodlands is beautiful. The Heights is beautiful. The freaking Memorial area, beautiful. Plenty of trees.
That's crazy, because growing up as a kid on the north side, bro, like we used to walk down you know, Homestead and Tidwell, and there was like fields with just trees and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like there was
Well,
trees
you
all
do
up and
have
down
that,
those areas, but
but those be those lots, and it be owned by somebody or whatever, and they just come in when they get ready to build. They cut all of that down. They put like a house or whatever the hell there. You know, those be like those like kind of like abandoned lots. Like it be owned by someone but not maintained, and then they grow into like a little forest. But those are always like temporary. Somebody's gonna come through at some point and cut all that down to build something.
yeah,
They're talking about trees on the streets, like the planned trees. You know,
yeah. I
the,
mean, we can put that shit in, bro. Like, you know, like I say, man, it's just it's you know, they talk about oversaturation shit. It's oversaturation of just, you know, the home building, you know, taking all of the land, you know, for home building, for businesses, for, you know, all of this, you know, other shit, bro. I mean, I get we're running out of spaces for things, but it's like, you know, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of people that's on the road, man. You know, and it's like it sucks for
and
uh
I
for
hate the
drivers
traffic. It puts me in
that
a bad mood, bro. Like I hate it.
man, I tell you what, like I've been in a accident in my semi truck, you know, before, and it wasn't my fault. It was, you know, the person in the car's fault, just the way that they drive and they act. But yesterday, up on leaving work, you know, I was in an accident, and but because of how the person got hit, it was deemed my fault, even though technically it wasn't my fault. You know, I had enough room and space in between us. You know, this person cut in front of me. Well, two people cut in front of me, and traffic was already stopped in front of me. So they come speeding up the middle, cut in front of me, and subsequently caused me to basically hit the tail end of somebody because they cut in while traffic was stopped because they didn't want to wait in the long line of traffic to merge on the 45 south. They wanted to cut in line like we see on a daily basis, which, you know, now my insurance has got to fucking pay for this person. You know, it was only the bumper, but still, bro, it's like, you know, like, dude, had you fucking just got in line like everybody else, you know what I'm saying, and got, you know,
And
just
what I say about that is that the people be in such a hurry. It's like I bet you that person didn't make it on time to wherever they was going after that. So that's what you need to think about. You if you get into a wreck, you're not gonna make it on time. You're gonna be late
yeah,
for sure.
yeah, yeah, man, you know, and like I got this shit on my insurance now. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I explained. And the good thing is I have this GPS tracker in my truck, you know, that cuts down on my insurance, you know, because they can monitor my driving, and they're able to see they're able to see pretty much, they can look at that and predict the accident, how it happened. And the people that I was on the phone with that done the investigation with me on the phone, they were like, yeah, we can tell, like, you were not heavily braking, you were not over accelerating or speeding or anything like that. And when I explained to her what happened, they put that whole GPS tracker deal and pulled up the Google Earth view of it, and they pretty much, they were like, well, it's not your fault, but because of where they got hit rear end, we hold the liability, even though they cut you off. You know,
It's
like,
fucked up.
yeah,
Let me read a couple more comments and I'm gonna move on. It says, I prefer trees. They provide shade, absorb noise, cool and clean the air, are beautiful to look at and low maintenance. Another one that says, it should be everywhere, but out of reach of humans, they have a strong tendency to F good things up. Another comment that
yeah,
says, I love this. I don't live in an inner city area, but I still think we could use some greenery like this to help with shading and air quality. One more, I'm gonna move on. It says, I'm minoring at Cal Poly Pomona in regenerative studies. I'll find a way to incorporate these ideas. That's why it's good. This stuff inspires people, You know that some
I
of this.
love trees, bro. Like, just think about like the times like back. Not to cut you off, man. I
Right.
apologize, but you know, you remember like watching old movies, man. I watch like old movies sometimes, bro, and I in my imagination, like I place myself in that setting, and it's like just looking at people walking, during those times. They could be walking and fucking hungry, and it's like, oh shit, here's an apple tree, or here's a pecan tree, and they able to grab some and keep on their way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, just think if we could put something like that, you know what I'm saying, around the city, trees that actually produce fruit, or pecans or oranges or apples or something, just think about like if you just out there like,
Somebody gotta make money. Is profit over people, because we got huge empty spaces that's like not being used. I was talking to somebody. We were talking about Texas and like the history of Texas and how it wasn't really populated. That's part of the reason why Mexico lost it. And then even before that, when you had the Louisiana Purchase, the same problem was they didn't have enough people populated there to freaking claim the land. And you know what? Texas hasn't changed much because I know you drive around, but we have these few big cities in Texas, but the rest of the space is pretty much empty. You fuck around and run out of gas in the wrong area and you're screwed, right? Because there's literally nothing for miles and miles and miles, literally nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something, bro. A lot of people talk shit about like West Texas. Oh, it's the desert. It's this, is that. But say, man, that desert land out there is very, 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 very fertile, bro.
Uh-huh.
Like they grow a lot of crops. You would be amazed how many different fruits and berries are grown out there.
So they could just grow stuff out there and just plant stuff, just wild and let it grow wild and shit. Like it doesn't matter. It's in the middle of nowhere. And if you driving in between cities or whatever in the middle of nowhere, there's no Buc-ee's. Maybe you could pull over and grab some nuts or fruits or off the tree.
And
Hey
then
Smith, what's
there's
up, bro?
actual,
Go ahead.
my bad, bro. There's actual, there's tree farms. There's like I go across West Texas a lot, and there's tree farms across West Texas. You know what I'm saying? Where they're growing trees and and different things like that across West Texas, bro. And it's like, let's say even if they done that and you're not able to just go pick the fruit off the tree, but bro, it's cheap as fuck out there. You pull up at a farmer's market or a fruit stand or something, bro. You could probably walk out of there with a whole basket or damn near bushel full of, apples, grapes, different things, pecans and shit like that for a little or nothing, bro. Like I stop a lot of times. I used to stop and grab like fruits and watermelons and shit like that off the side of the highway. At these different little fruit stands, and it'd be cheap, bro. Like where you paying $7, $8 in the grocery store for a watermelon, you get a watermelon off the side of the highway for like $3, $4.
Yeah.
You
They price gouging us. A Smith, he says Saudis own our water in Arizona. A lot of our infrastructure, we was talking about that in the show before, is foreign owned. And how could we get to the point where we let somebody else own our water? I saw this clip in Israel where the waterway that was going into Palestine, like a natural waterway was there, and they were filling it with concrete. Like I saw the clip, like I saw the video. It actually happened. It's a real thing. I'm not making this up. Just to be ugly, just to make it harder for them, they freaking filled up the natural waterway with freaking concrete, bro.
It's greed, bro. That's just like the toll road system here in Houston. It's not owned by Texas. That shit not owned by us, bro. That shit is owned by, I want to say it's a French company that owns the Harris County Toll Road, the Sam Houston Toll Road.
And that's why we keep paying, because the damn thing should have been, they told us when they built it, they said, it was going to be good or whatever. The tolls would just be until it pays for the construction, and then it would be free. But it has not gotten that way, and the prices has actually gone up. over time. And I know that damn freeway is paid for at this point, you know.
That shit is what, $1.75 now? And if you got the tag, I think you pay like $1.25 or something. So like, yeah, bro. You know, and then they're making that shit all digital now. Like since COVID, they've gotten rid of all
no
the
toll people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you know, Nestle comes into a natural area and they'll take the water out of a well or whatever it is underground. They'll pump it for like pennies, and then they bottle it and turn around and sell it right back to the same community that was using the water before. You know, that shit is crazy how these companies get these really great ass deals to do this shitty ass things to people, all in the name of capitalism. You know, talking about we're gonna create jobs. That's what they always say. We're gonna come to the area and we're gonna create jobs. And all the jobs they create, somebody from somewhere else ends up coming in and having those jobs. And the people that live in that area still don't get nothing. I'm here too, good. A. Smith say, "What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc?"
Yeah, they don't even want to. Half the time, those companies come into these like rural communities and stuff like that, man. And you know, majority of the time, they don't even want to hire or employ the people from those communities. You know, they don't want. And believe it or not, bro, it's not just, you know, the black rural communities, you know, and rural communities where there's white folks, you know, like they won't even hire them out there.
Capitalism does not care about race at all. Let's go on to this right here. It says Vladimir Putin has forgiven $23 billion in debt owed by African countries. It says Russia has canceled $23 billion in debt that African countries owed it and will give them another $90 million for development. President Putin announced this at a meeting in St. Petersburg, where he also promised to send free grain to some of the poorest nations. He said Russia wants to boost trade with Africa and support its regional integration. So you know what this is about. Like when they put up all of these all these trade restrictions on Russia, and really trying to put the pinch on them ever since the Ukraine war. So Russia has been looking for other trading partners that ways around the blockades, you know. So, and this is one of the ways that they're doing it. So they're planning on selling their grain to these African nations and other stuff, whatever they have, oil. So that's what's happening with this. Let's read a couple comments. It says, "Why I feel like something in milk ain't clean. I just don't trust people." And, you know, not to say that Russia is just like like just doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Just like what I was saying, they're really just opening up trade. You know, why would these people, if Russia forgave their debt and then they come back and be like, "Hey, we got this grain and stuff for y'all, you know, and we're going to sell it to y'all." Why would they say no? And then when you got other countries coming at them in other ways, you know, rude ways, like doing coups and so forth and so on, and meddling with their politics and stuff, why would they trade with those countries when they got somebody who's, you know, being more square with them? You know, it's not, you know, and I'm not trying to defend Russia. This is good business right here. It's smart. Africa, these African countries are growing like crazy. All the newest population.
Why wouldn't we defend Russia? Is Russia truly bad? Is Russia doing anything different than any other country around the world?
Well, you can't say good or bad, and that's what I want to be careful with. You know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, like, for like, just in my personal opinion, and maybe the show shouldn't be based off our personal opinions, but like looking at Russia and then you think about what we're doing here in our own nation, you know what I'm saying? What he doing, is it really bad? Is it any different than what the Western world is doing?
Yeah, same China or you name it, any other country, you know. You can't blame a country for looking out for their own personal best interests, looking out for their people or whatever, or trying to make sure that they have good trade or whatever. Like, you know, what else are they supposed to do? You know, and that's not really a good or a bad thing. So whatever, like whatever people think, I just have to be careful because whenever you say anything good about Russia, then you automatically become like, a communist or something. You get labeled,
Man, I mean, I hear you, and I get, the platform that you have, I guess, you have to be careful. But for me, like, the place that I'm in, like, I don't really give a shit what people think, bro.
Yeah.
Because I think at the end of the day, all of us, we are enslaved to our own beliefs. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the answers. We think we do, but everything is deception, and and we're all fighting to try the people that are serious about making a change. We're trying to fight through the deception to get to the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about that, bro. Because they gonna talk even if you speak nothing but good and you never speak against anybody, somebody's gonna have something to say,
Yep.
oh, you too nice, oh you's a kiss ass, or you this, you that. So it's
Yep.
like, man, you damned if you do, damned if you don't. Fuck
Yeah.
your
The
opinion.
word is bootlicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one they like to brandy around for. If you're not 100% anti-corporation, anti-government, if you don't agree with Antifa, you're a bootlicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, owing you for something that was mine in the beginning is crazy to me. Why should they be grateful? And this is a fair comment right here, but you have other countries who are still France is still collecting on their debt. UK is still collecting debts, you got F and the World Bank who's still doing it. So that's a good comment saying that, but at the same time, if these other countries are, this is just a better way to go at it, I would say. And read another comment. It says, why does one forgive what was never legitimately owed? Political strategy at its finest. That's a wise comment. Another one, it says, he's playing the long game. Another one, it says, China and Russia are running a scam on Africa. Sadly, they are giving up one devil for another. That might be true too. Another comment, it says, all money ain't good money, bombastic side eye. Another comment, it says, they are all the enemy of Africa. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Nice quote there. One more. It says, more evidence of what I've been guiding people on. We are in a new cycle that will last until 2043. There will continue to be major economic shifts. The best thing for all of us to do is get clear about economics and what economical decisions should be made in your individual life to guarantee your stability and security for generations to come. And people not thinking like that. People thinking about making their freaking rent, making it to the end of the month. Like, we're not thinking about generations to come. We're thinking about next month.
No, we're thinking about that. Unfortunately, you got 40% of the population that all think they can get rich quick by doing affiliate marketing using YouTube clips.
Yeah. And that's big online. Like, I keep seeing that come down my timeline. It's like, all you need is AI. You don't have to do anything. And you can make money and you can go on vacation all the time. And like, that's the new fucking thing. Like, whatever, man. Like, you got to know, and nothing easy. Like, it's never going to work like that. Ever, ever, ever. And anybody who's selling you that shit is just making money off of you.
Yeah.
Well, no, what you do is you get that set up. Then you use the AI to write a pamphlet or something about it. Then you get people to email you for that pamphlet. That pamphlet in there has a link to a course of someone else's making that's like $1,000. Now, as an affiliate marketing, I just got 10 or 15% of everyone that signs up. Also, I compile an email list of people that are already known and interested in trying to make money quick. So I now either bombard them with other get rich quick schemes of which I get a percentage of,
Right.
or I sell this email list to other people who then do the same thing with it.
Hmm. And it's
It's
always some kind of class they want you to take, or a book, or
it's not just follow the
lecture.
money when it comes to stuff. The thing is, it's not just follow the money anymore. It's also follow the information.
The data. Let's look
Dead
at.
America had a quote, had a comment for us.
Oh, okay, hold on. Thank you. Dead America, he says, President Dwight Eisenhower gave the nation a dire warning about what he described as a threat to democratic government. Beware of the military-industrial complex. Bro, that's it right there, And I'm going to probably cover some more later, but all of the money that's been missing, the military-industrial complex, it's just a bunch of fat cats.
Our military-industrial complex is not just the war machine. It is also all of these people that make up Pfizer and all these other ones too. It's the medical department. When you're selling the bullets and the Band-Aids, it's always more important for you to be a war somewhere, because as long as there's a war somewhere, you're going to make profit.
I missed some comments. A. Smith said, money over people. He says, underage workers are all throughout the workers. And that's happening more and more and more. People are getting in trouble with it because, they're hiring underage people. Like this kid died in a factory. I was reading an article about this recently. And he was like, I don't know, 15 years old or something like that. He shouldn't even been there in the first place. He says, North Korea also, he says, if you enslave people, you are I'm not sure. He says exactly. He says, I bet Hunter Biden was there. He says, DuPont makes bullets. That's one of the things that we export here. Let's do this really quickly. It says, Washington Post, climate solutions. Your body can build up tolerance to heat. Here's how. This isn't a climate solution. We can't do ourselves out of the climate crisis. We need federal standards that protect workers from the heat and to keep fossil fuels in the ground. It says Jeff Bezos' own rag says what? Looks up article that reads Amazon upgraded warehouses AC system after saying workers' death wasn't heat related. That was a comment. A couple more. It says, can billionaires build up a tolerance to guillotines? And I swear, man, the pitchforks and torches are freaking common, man. Like for real this time. Like,
They've always been there. What I'm trying to figure out is, when did the Democratic Party go from being the party of uniqueness and damn the man and all of that to being the leaders of towing the party line?
An incremental change and freaking.
That's one of the reasons that I walked away after I couldn't do Obama the second term, man. I couldn't do it after that.
Incremental change, tokenism, we're better than them, so vote for us, lesser of two evils, all that freaking bullshit.
But I always told people, when you tell me to make me choose between the lesser of two evils, I'm going to say no. Because choosing evil is still choosing evil. It is still approving of it. I would rather throw my vote away to a different candidate that I believe is a better man than vote against someone just because I don't like them.
Evil is evil.
Check this out. I did vote against Hillary.
And nobody wanted to vote for her. Let me read this right here. It says, drunk drivers in Texas will have to pay child support if parents killed in crash. Interesting, right? There's a new law in Texas that says if a drunk driver causes a car accident that kills a parent, they have to pay child support to the victim's child. This law, called House Bill 393, applies to those who are found guilty of intoxication manslaughter. They will have to give money to the child whose parent or guardian was the victim of the drunk driving incident. Starting from September 1st, once these convicted individuals are out of prison, they must begin making these payments within a year. I'm all for it.
Two things on that. One, I am not opposed to that being a good idea. However, it's really just another push by Texas to get their fingers in that money.
Because they're going to take a huge
Because
percentage.
you force it through the state gets their little kiss of it. It's not as much. It's only a few percent, but still, when you say a few percent times how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that are out there,
Right.
now we're talking about that little 3% being worth millions and millions.
And it'll probably be more than 3% because, you know, with the child support system that we have right now, the money that you pay when you pay child support, the mom only gets like half of that, like 60% or some shit. Like they take like 40% of it.
I'd have to see that. I'd have to see the actual numbers on that and the documentation. I've heard a lot of people guessing, but I've never actually seen the data.
Well, they keep heavily wraps on it, you know. It's private information. It's not going to be.
It's not private information.
Well, it's considered that. You can't pull that up. You can't look that up
If there's a
publicly.
percentage taken up, it's going to be somewhere. It's just going to be buried in the system.
Yeah.
Just like all those little laws, all those little fines, you can find them. You just have to go through there. You just have to go through the public information with a fine-tooth comb. You might even have to make actual data requests.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact because I've been paying child support forever, and then I ask them how much they got, and it'd be way less than what they took. Like they take a bunch of money from, like they take my whole income tax, and I'd be like, the income tax was this amount. How much did they give you? It wasn't nowhere close to that amount.
Yeah, they do take a percentage. They take a major percentage of the child support because they take processing fees, all kind of shit they take.
Let's do this right quick. Can I play this? Oh, it won't let me play it. The guy was saying that mouthwash isn't really good for you. It says Aaron Hernandez's brother suspected of planning multiple school shootings arrested after a standoff with police outside of his home. Isn't that the same guy? That's the brother. Didn't the brother go to jail for killing someone? Like, I can't remember now. It's been a while. I can't play the sound on this either. It says the brother of the late NFL star Aaron Hernandez was arrested after police believe he was planning school shootings at Brown University in Yukon. Yeah, he killed himself in prison or something, right? The brother, after getting caught up for some murders that he did. I want to say, it says according to police reports, DJ should have been in court on July 7th for a separate incident, but instead drove to a college campus to plan out the shootings. On the 19th, a threatening mass message posted on his social media led to police showing up at his home, where a standoff took place. He was taken to a local hospital for evaluation, then was booked on threatening and breach of peace charges with a bond of $250,000.
You need your phone.
You need the charger?
No, I'm saying, do you need your phone?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so dang, their family is violent, huh? What did their parents teach them? Oh, I like this. Let's just move on. Right, check this out. It says being taught to avoid talking about politics and religion has led to a lack of understanding of politics and religion. What we should have been taught was how to have a civil conversation about a difficult topic. I love this because this is what we do here on this show all the time. And you know what they say in the restaurant business, they says no religion, no politics, right? At the bar, right? You don't talk about politics or religion at the bar. That's the rule, right? And it's like in all public settings, it's like that. Like if you're at your job, if you're at work, you're not supposed to talk about politics or religion. Like you can get in trouble for that. You can get suspended, maybe even fired. definitely reprimanded, right? So, but it's crazy because so where can you talk about politics and religion then? You know, you can only talk about it at home with your family members, with the people that agree with you or whatever, or think the same way as you. Go ahead, Doc. Jump
Why
on
do
out.
you why do you think the very first thing that they did when the pandemic hit and everyone started questioning everything going on was shut down the bars? So people couldn't get together and talk. They isolated everybody because you literally are more open to other ideas when you deal with someone face to face. We are creatures, everyone says, as much as I argue with the feel empathy, and all that stuff because it's kind of twisted, the truth is we are creatures of empathy, not just sympathy and understanding. We will hold back our rage if we disagree with someone in person because we want to know, we want to connect with that person. We want to figure it out. We want that discussion. Online, we don't care because we don't have to be accountable.
Yeah,
We
there's
don't care about that person's feelings. We
no
can't
accountability.
you can't sense that person's feelings. It's easier to break down the things they say and put your own spin on it when they're not there going, oh, no, wait, hold on.
Exactly. So doesn't it seem like, this is a system that's set up. They don't want us to talk about, religion and politics. Like, it's really important for us to have these, hard ass conversations. That's why we have this divide in our country where you got hard left, hard right, or whatever, and we never can really just have civil conversations when we disagree, right? Like, for us to move forward, for our species to survive, I think we're gonna have to find a way to communicate when we thoroughly disagree with each other. And the thing is, the truth is, what I think is that we really agree way more than we disagree, but we always focus on the parts that we disagree on, and we can't get to the parts where we agree on. You know what I mean? We can't even get that far.
That America's caught on to what I was saying, exactly what I was talking about, where I was going.
He said, this is how the American Revolution started, in the pubs and in the church. Boom, boom, boom. Freaking, and that's what you said it already about COVID, right? Like how they separated us. And you know that in China they were rioting like crazy right around the time when COVID started, right? And then they did the strict ass lockdown, and then they made it illegal for you to go out, in groups. They even started going to across the world. They were doing in the UK, the United States, Canada. If you had too many people of a group in your home, they would come in there and bust that up, talking about it's too many people in here or whatever. Like,
dude, I remember the ads tell the government literally went pure D friggin' bad guys in World War II on the entire world. If you see someone, tell us. Report your neighbors. Tell on them. Get in their business. They literally were turning neighbors against each other.
Yes, I remember that shit. And they were turning, and people were doing it too, and they were turning in their neighbors, saying they had more than 3 people or whatever it was, more than 4 people or some shit. And so, like, that's what happened with COVID. So it's like, I think that they saw how people were, because it was protests going on around the world. You know what I mean? People in the streets. And they're like, man, we got to bust this up some kind of way. These people can't be getting together, sharing information and organizing and shit.
I did a wedding for 9 people at the Rose Garden during that whole situation going on. And the way we had to do it, so we couldn't get caught grouping together, is everybody that went entered from one of the 3 different entrances at different times, and we all met up in a certain area in a time. Boom, knocked out the ceremony in about 5 minutes, and then everybody wandered off going different directions, just so they wouldn't get caught because they wanted to be married in the Rose Garden.
So there ain't no coincidence why we can't have civil conversations about difficult topics. You know, we're not taught it. It's not condoned, and when it happens, it gets broken up by outside actors. Let me read some.
I'm good with conversations like that being in the bar, but the same rules go as in school and online. You become an ass, you're leaving. It's a discussion. When anger flares, walk away. If you don't walk away, pay your check and get the hell out.
Let me read some comments. It says, "I'll see your bet and raise you. What we should have been taught is how to read and critically think. We are dumbasses as a nation." Another comment, it says, "Unfortunately, most liberal-leaning folks just want to shout at you. Just want to shout you down." So this is what people think, and the same could be said, or someone would say the same thing about a conservative person, but that's just online, you know, like what Doc was saying. In person, you know, if people are educated on the topics, then we can have conversations about the actual data and try to get to some conclusions, you know, instead of just
I've got to say that as someone who was part of the left up until, you know, second Obama term and went the other direction because of things, yeah, since 44, I feel so much more comfortable trying to speak amongst a group of people that are more conservative than I am more liberal, because the conservatives tend to be a little more accepting of ideas and willing to discuss things, while the liberals are quicker to shut you up, shout you down, call you names. I mean, as long as you don't go walking into the middle of the conversation, it's like, you know, look, I'm a girl, look at my PB, kind of, you know, as long as you're not being just deliberately, brazenly antagonistic. I found that the conservatives, okay, a liberal at a conservative rally is going to have a much better time and eye-opening experience than a conservative at a liberal rally.
I don't know if I can.
This is someone that's been to both, and on the opposite sides of both when I went, and on the positive sides of both when I went. The left is less open to new ideas, but then the right, if you really pay attention, has been getting drugged to the left more and more. I don't know what the hell got lost in their rabid friggin' minds here lately with some of the stuff they're doing. But it seems to me like a smaller group of people is making the moves, controls, and laws for on the side of the conservatives, while the liberal side seems to be more in lockstep and less open to alterations of their thing. If you do things against the right, they will tend to try to find laws around things. If you do anything to the left, they're going to try to shut everything down and, if possible, take your job too.
Let me read some comments here. It says, "Religion and politics are good ways to control humans and create divide." Another comment, it says, "Religion is regarded by the common people as true, by the wise as false, and by the rulers as useful." Seneca. Another comment, it says, "Bro, it seems like nowadays you can make a post that says the sky is blue and everyone will still find a way to argue with you just because." Another comment, it says, "Agree 100%. My girlfriend is Muslim. I am a Christian. We have enjoyed educating one another on our belief systems. We both respect our beliefs." And I think respect is where you have to start, right? You respect humans, you respect each other, and then that's where you can have these conversations. But if you don't have any respect for someone's way of thinking or someone else's religion or someone else's politics, then you're not going to even begin to have a conversation with them. with them. You think you're right and they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? You think, so there's no point in even having a conversation with them, other than like educating them or teaching them or whatever the hell, So then I think the respect is what is lost. And like using the online situation as an example, people don't feel like they need to respect someone when they're online and they're behind a freaking avatar and a freaking username. You know what I mean? They don't have to worry about somebody showing up at their house.
I like what Mike Tyson said. He says the way people treat each other on social media now proves to you how long it's been since someone was used to getting punched in the face for being an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is definitely paraphrasing, by the way. But basically,
I know
that's what he said.
Yeah, I know the quote. Let me read one more, a couple more. It says, I never talk about religion. There's no point. It was created to control and manipulate the weak-minded. Once you understand that, your life changes for the better. I agree with him, this comment halfway, but I don't agree that it's never, to talk about, there's no point to talk about religion because, the thing is the religions had to have a birth. Like they had to have came from somewhere and they had to have like a purpose or whatever, or something it was trying to accomplish. You know what I mean?
He forgot one word that would make me agree with his statement. Putting organized before religion.
Yeah. Because it's the state religions that's the problem. But people having belief systems, humans have had belief systems since the beginning of time, It's always going to be things that we don't really understand, that we try to explain in other ways or whatever, And sometimes it works as far as it's useful is what I mean,
Dude, back in the day, religion was psychology, it was healthcare, it was survival. These little stories and parables and rules and all that shit, it's how groups of people got together and survived in the desert or against the animals or in caves or against other tribes. You followed these rules, and if you look, there's a reason why almost every single religion in early countries have the basic 10 commandments. Because if you look at all of them, they pretty much all have the 10 commandments.
Yeah.
Plus or minus a few.
Dead America says great conversation. Thank you all. Good night, and keep talking the hard talk. Thank you for being here. If you're still here, and thank you for listening and commenting too. We appreciate you. Let me read another comment. It says, "Why do I feel this solely aimed at Americans? You guys need to catch up with the rest of the world." Another comment. It says, "It led to leftists taking over the entire political spectrum while it became controversial to mention basic facts. Ones I can't say because Instagram will hide it from others. Just remember the rainbow has 7 colors and biology is supreme over popular opinion." Anyways, yeah, difficult topics. We need to get more comfortable having them. Let me play this.
You work as a teacher, and I work as a railroader, and he works as a trucker, and she works as a nurse, and he works in a coffee shop. We're all part of the working people that make society run. We're all part of the working class that produces the wealth. And without us, nothing could happen. And so when one of us is under attack, we're all under attack. When one sector of us fights back, we all need to support that struggle and see it as our own. And so I would say to every working person in this country, whether you work on the railroad or not, if and when there is a strike anywhere amongst any craft or any industry, you as a working person should be there to support it in whatever ways you can. And so I would encourage all working people to have our back if and when we go on strike. Because you work as a teacher and I work as a...
Those are great comments. What do y'all think? What do y'all think?
Oh yeah, they are great comments. I feel like you know, everybody wants their goods. Everybody wants, you know, all of the wants the store shelves to be full of things, you know, but they don't support, you know. They, you know, when these issues or topics come up, you know, they're just, you know, first thing want to come out their mouths is, oh, they chose that profession, or they chose to do this and do that, and it's like, nah, you know, yeah, we may have chose to do that, but you know, the unfairness and being treated the way that we are treated a lot of times in this industry, or these different industries, you know, is next to inhumane, you know.
You know, and you lose
Uh,
good people. For Pat's talking about hanging up his keys. You know,
you know, and it's like, but you know, like I say, everybody wants their goods, you know, and I can tell you right now, the ships can only bring it so far. The trains can only bring it so far. You know, the truck drivers are the ones that fulfill the final mile, you know, that make sure that the stuff gets to the stores and delivered, you know, and pick up from these different warehouses and things of that nature.
and
You
I don't
know,
see with all our technology that changing anytime soon because you know, I mean, they talk about the freaking robot controlled trucks, but I don't see how far that's gonna go either. Like that's only gonna be able to do so much. At the end of the day, you're gonna continue to need truck drivers. Like I don't
well,
see no way around it.
the one major empire that was a company called Waymo, and they have put a halt on their autonomous trucks. Their investors have bailed out and backed out of the whole program at an alarming rate because of the fact, you know, like they're seeing, you know, everything that's happening and how, you know, that how unsafe, just a whole bunch of different practices in there that wasn't thought out well. You know what I'm saying? But it's just it's those things, bro. Like as a truck driver, I don't get paid overtime. You know, I am pretty much forced to work 70 hours a week with no overtime. There's no overtime pay, and the companies get out of it by paying me a mileage rate and giving me a per diem rate, which is not. I don't get time and a half. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Let me read the caption. It says, "This guy perfectly explains what working class solidarity means. Solidarity forever. We need to find a way. The thing is, like, you're either a working class or owning class, you know, and that's it. And people need to realize that and stand in solidarity with the people that are like them, you know, and then they won't be able. It's more of us than them." So they won't be able to screw over us by splitting us up and separating us. You know, once we stand together, they can't stop us, man.
Nope.
But we won't for some reason. Let me read another comment. It says, "We all need to strike at the same time, like a workers' strike across industries. Just bring this whole damn thing to a fucking screeching halt. That'll get their attention."
Yep.
But when we do it individually, they just stomp us out. They just smash us out. We're just gonna get fired or sued or taken to jail, or they're gonna release the dogs on us like they do that other dude. Like the only way we could do it is if we all do it together.
Yep. They can't arrest all of us. You
And
know
this
what I'm
goes
saying?
across the political spectrum. It goes across the you know, all of this stuff. If it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, all of this stuff, Christian, Muslim, none of that matters. We all workers at the end of the day, like, you know what I mean? The majority of us. So we need to look at that and see that is, we have, we're all fighting the same problem. We all fighting the same fight, you know? We all need groceries from the store. We all have to pay our bills, you know? We all have the same problems, you know? Fundamentally. And we need to see that and work together. But all we got in the news is these culture wars, these political wars. Let me read this comment. It says, the problem is that the United States has philosophy of me and only me. We also have this new problem where so many people think they are going to be the next rich person, even though chances are slim, if they're willing to shit on colleagues in the mere chance that they make it to the upper class status. And that is so true right there. I'm going to copy that comment. That is what I've been saying for the longest, but way better put than the way I say it. You know, everybody's looking for to win the lottery, hoping that they can become a part of that owner class. So they're willing to stab their neighbor in the back, willing to step on their coworker, they're willing to screw over their family members even for a chance to possibly, you know, win the lottery and become one of those folks. Let me read another comment. It says, he's talking labor and union and workers' rights, but know that it can apply to combating fascism as well. White nationalist Christo-fascists attack one marginalized community. They are only gearing up to attack your own community. Stand up for women. They're over half of us, and the better half at that. Stand up for people of color. Stand up for the indigenous. Stand up for LGBTQ community, especially the youth, who need all of us support and protect them. Everything we do should be mindful to leaving them a better world than we found it. And it's like, what is the quote, Doc? The one that says, you know, if you let them come at this person, you let them come at this group or that group, you know.
First they came for the so-and-so and I said nothing.
Yeah.
Then I said then they came after the so-and-so and I said nothing. Then they came after the others and again I said nothing. Now they're coming for me and there's no one left to defend me. Something
so
like that.
So if you let them attack any group, who's to say your group that you are a part of won't be next? You know? That's what it simply boils down to. You know, if you let them attack any group, you could be next. You know, that's what they did. You know, Hitler and the SS or whatever. You know, they started with one group and then they went into another one and another one. Before long, it was a long ass list of people who was on that freaking train. It wasn't just the Jews who were getting it.
The thing about it is that you have more people, and you know, like I say, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that there's more people that actually want to stand up and go against this whole deal of what we're discussing right now. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, they run into that. Well, if I do this, what about my family? How do I provide for my family? I think there's a fear level there. You know, I think there's that level of the unknown, the uncertainty, you know, on what happens, you know, if they step to that point. You know,
they're scared. And
know,
fear is what
scared. Yeah.
Fear is what keep how they control us.
The whole qualm with that guy right there is so 100% completely from the left. The thing is, the fear what a lot of people are saying are against a lot of that stuff is it's the left that come for your jobs. They're the ones that dox your things. Well, now it's bled over to the conservative sides are doing it now too. But now all of a sudden it's a bad thing and it's way too much and they're going too far when it's exactly what's been going on for years and years. I mean, I was actually a victim of all this cancel culture bullshit back in the day. Luckily, I had a boss that got on there and said, look, man, if you haven't been to this bar, if you haven't talked to this person, don't say these things. You don't know that about them. And no offense, but there was a lot of cringe in that one guy's statement, you know, when the way he, like I say, we can get each other to stand up for things and we can get along and stand up for some things. The problem is the things that everyone wants to wave and talk about right now are what I call those gray area subjects. We will not get along.
Right.
I am never going to agree with someone who believes in sterilizing kids or potentially sterilizing kids to make them feel better about what they feel their gender identities are.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not going to
that's
keep, I'm going to have problems with people that aren't. I'm not going to come to an agreement and be able to stand beside these people that tell me that I have to change everything in my life and everything I've ever known because they feel this way, but won't even go so far as to talk to someone and get diagnosed instead of saying, I am, therefore I am.
well, these
I'm
people are
not
the
going to
minority.
stand by the side of someone. Exactly.
And not only are they the minority, but these subjects
But they're
are.
not the minority right now, because the cult of liberal right now, it's not the minority. They have made them beyond the minority. It takes 11% of a population to start a revolution this big. They started this. They added this revolution by pumping up aside, by bringing it in and getting at least that minimum linchpin number of a population behind it. And they're keeping that momentum up by, using agitation tactics.
This is what the media is focusing on. This is what gets clicks. This is what gets shared on social media. It's not it's not what's totally happening. What I mean is, like what I was saying earlier, is they get us to focus on the stuff that we don't agree on so that we can fight about those things, so that we can't see all of the millions of things that we do agree on. We can't get past a couple of things that we don't agree on to have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's the minority people and it's the minority subjects that gets all the press, that gets us only thing we're talking about.
Right now, every time that I hear this 12% of the far left and the 12% of the far right coming together and talking, all I hear, they mix like vinegar and water. All I hear is douche, because that's all they fucking are.
Let me read a couple more comments on this one. It says, this is exactly the kind of class solidarity the people in power are working their hardest to prevent from happening in the U.S. They can only control us when they keep us divided and fighting each other. Know your enemy. So who is the real enemy? Is it the LGBTQ community? You know what I'm saying? Is it the extreme leftists? Is it the extreme right? Who is the actual enemy? Is it the liberals? Is it the conservatives? That's the question that we really have to ask, and focus on that. Try not to, this divide and conquer thing is working, man. It's working big time. They're laughing to the bank and going out the back door with the freaking bag while we're fighting about this shit. A couple more comments. It says, here, Bob Iger can't make a latte suture a wound or buttress a wall. I don't say this lightly, but this might be a great time for a general strike. Another comment, it says, that's the rule in all industrialized countries and most evident in France, where people support strikes even if it's inconveniencing them, except in the U.S., where people have been brainwashed by oligarchs to believe that solidarity is for working people is shameful. And that's what I always hear. It's like when people are protesting or whatever, they're like, get a job, find something to do, you damn hippies. Get out of the way. I'm trying to get to work. Let's play this.
Told you ancient Persians had a very peculiar approach to decision making. They had a practice of discussing important matters twice, once sober and once drunk. This was based on belief that the best decisions were made by considering the matter in two different states of mind. The sober discussion provided logic and reason, while the drunken debate brought out emotions and instincts. So, next time you're stuck on a tough decision, perhaps try the Persian method. Just remember to hydrate and please debate responsibly. What if I told you?
That's interesting, right? It kind of relates to what we've been saying. It's so that's alignment right there. The universe is aligned, because I didn't plan on this fitting so well. Let me read this. It says, the ancient Persians held a unique practice when it came to discussing important matters and decision making. It was customary for them to deliberate over significant issues twice, once while in a state of intoxication and again while sober. They believe that decisions made under the influence of wine allow them to access a different perspective or a deeper truth. Then these decisions will be evaluated once more under sober circumstances to ensure their soundness, integrity, integrating an element of prudence into their governance process. What do you think about this? I think that don't sound like a bad idea. What do y'all think? What if the
I
Senate
thought it was pretty
did
clear. I thought it was pretty clear. I practiced that.
Me too. What if the government did it? What if the Senate, the president, the legislator, what if before they made decisions they went through a process like this? What do you think? You think it would help or hurt? Think it would be a good idea? What do y'all think?
I would just be happy if they would allow. I would just be happy if they would allow the senators and representatives to call fisticuffs on the floor again.
Shoot, they be fighting in the UK all the time.
That would guarantee some of these 80 and 90-year-old crypt keeper motherfuckers wouldn't be in office anymore.
It's like if you can't square up, then you shouldn't be in the. You know what I mean? You got to get out. Everybody here needs to be able to square up.
I mean, imagine old Mitch McConnell in an argument on the floor. All of us, well, like I say, old Mitch McConnell freezes for 30 seconds. But boom, he's out now. He's done for the rest of the month. We don't need to worry about anything he's got to say.
Didn't he have a stroke or some shit?
They're not saying what it was. Go ahead.
It looked like a microstroke to me. I mean, I'm not an expert in any way, but I've seen people that have had little strokes like this, or little disassociations. I don't know what caused it, other than he's old, man.
Stressed.
I've got, yeah.
No telling what it was. I mean,
I think he just had about 12 Biden moments all right on top of each other.
Yeah. I purposely was avoiding this particular topic because it's just like another thing that people want to talk about. You got the left or, the Republicans pointing at the Democrats and Democrats pointing at the Republicans. And, I think that the only thing should be said is hopefully the dude is okay. You know what I mean? No, I don't wish no ill on nobody.
The only reason I keep ragging on our potato in chief is because he's got that office and they're fighting for him to keep it. And it was already obvious before he got voted in. I feel sorry for him. Mitch McConnell, Pelosi, did you see how bad she was right toward the end of being all in the spotlight and everything? I mean, these people, they're old. They have been drinking enough to kill us on a daily basis, probably starting by noon. They're taking pills. They're living, they're doing all this high stress stuff. And Cat, you're killing me. And, I feel sorry for a lot of them, but you know what? I don't, in a way. It's time to get them out. It's time. Yeah. It's time to get rid of these crypt keeper people who, as you keep seeing, keep dragging us back in 20 years because they get a twitch or something and they think it's 50 years ago and they think they're still being progressive.
Yeah, they're not progressive.
I mean,
they're stuck in the past.
In my lifetime, I watched a president get elected with full support of the black community after being told that he didn't think blacks and whites should go to school together. And then getting by with telling people, if you didn't vote for me, you're not black. This boggles my freaking mind.
Yeah, I don't know. And it seems like, and then the black community is the main ones who's voting for this guy. And he was the main guy that was pushing for the what was it, the 3-to-1 rule or the 10-to-1 rule related to the crack and
and he got worse than Obama did.
And it really doesn't make sense. People got such a short memory. It's crazy.
I'm
Let me
trying to
read
figure
this.
out why did all of the blacks start voting Democrat anyway?
You know, it was a PR thing that they was very successful at.
Well, yep, they were very successful. They're just
Dude, they tried to come after Robert Downey
slave
Jr. for
masters.
Tropic Thunder again.
They're old slave masters that's keeping up to their old tricks. We're going to give them everything. We're going to take care of our slaves.
That's that outrage culture, that old like that tokenism shit that they're on. Like that movie is funny, bro. Tropic Thunder is funny. That line he said, "I'm the dude playing the dude acting like the other dude," or whatever it was he said, man. And then the other guy, and then he said, "You people," and the other guy, the real black guy, looked over like, "What you mean, you people?" Like that's perfect comedy right there. Like anybody who's mad about that shit need to freaking grow the hell up. Like we're never gonna have anything that's funny anymore. They keep on attacking this shit. Like get all the way the hell.
Robert Downey deserves a pass on that every much as Eminem deserves a pass on being a rapper. He did it right. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, man. It was freaking hilarious. It was just funny. Stop freaking trying to make it into something else.
You're going to see some clips of Tropic Thunder popping up soon because there's been another, well, this is wrong and blah, blah, blah.
They need to stop. They can go to the past and find all kinds of stuff that's actually racist. Like all of those TV shows that was on TV, like in the early 90s, the late 80s, all of that stuff was racist, bro. Like most of those shows was super racist. The one with the guy.
The last season of the last
moon,
season,
Alice.
Archie Bunker. Oh no, Honeymooners.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
That show was mad racist, like over the top racist.
And see, people get mad at me when I say, but that was the 40s and the 50s. And it's like, well, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, I'm not trying to make it right. I'm just trying to put it in context.
That wasn't that long ago, bro. I was watching that when I was a kid.
It's not about how long ago that it was on TV. It's how long ago it was made.
Mm.
The things when they're made are reflection of the times. Times are changing and getting better because shit like American Pie. Half of the stuff they did on that would never fly nowadays.
Yeah.
And that's what? 20 years? One generation.
Yeah.
You know, I still remember being corrected and told, don't call him black, call him Negro. Or don't call him Negro, call them black. Call them colored. Don't call them.
Afro-American.
I mean, my dad grew up, you know, calling them exactly what most of the people did from World War II and before. But it's come along its train. Now it's BIPOC, if you want to be completely, which that drives me insane.
I never liked the African American term. I don't like that term. I like black better. Let me read this.
I don't think there should be any hyphen when we're talking about American.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, you're either an American or you're not.
Let me read this right here. It says, remember when they spent years telling us to panic over the hole in the ozone layer and then suddenly just stopped talking about it and nobody ever mentioned the ozone layer? What happened is scientists discovered chlorofluorocarbons were bad for the ozone. Countries believed them. The Montreal Protocol was signed, and CFC use fell by 99.7%, leading to the stabilization of the ozone layer, perhaps the greatest example of global cooperation in history. It says, it's true, by banning the use and new production of CFCs, the Montreal Protocol eliminated a significant contributor to climate change. It's estimated that these efforts avoided a temperature increase of as much as 2.5 degrees. We love to see people working together to use science for the good of humanity. So basically, the point of this post is saying that how come we can't do that today? You know, how come we can't all just agree on this stuff and move forward with it?
Because the requirements of the technology to do it are done with child labor. Because while most of the modern world is doing it, the largest producing nations, like many of the Southeastern Asian nations, Russia, things like that, don't give a flying frick about how much their output is. So meanwhile, while the rest of the world is battening down and all of that, they don't have to worry about it. So yeah, meanwhile, the technology to do most of these cars and all that is mined using horrible repercussions to the earth, being used by slave and child labor to be put on electric grids that are unable to handle the necessity that's going to be doing it. And on top of that, there's no way to generate by any measure the proper amount of energy by using these new clean energies. So it's still going to have to be coal and gas-fired plants. We're not in the technological place to do this, but we're going to throw money and spend at it until we can get there. Meanwhile, like I said, what are we going to be doing about all these other nice little things that are a side product of this industry? How bad it actually is hurting the earth, despite them saying it's for the better.
Let me read some more comments here. It says, I also remember that the U.S. hardly participated, did so only after international pressure and minimally, and many U.S. citizens didn't believe in the whole thing, so basically nothing changed here. Another comment, it says, I was born in the 60s. I grew up in the 70s.
That was the 80s, man. Do you really think that they were going to be able to take big hair away from people in the 80s?
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, I was born in the 60s. I grew up in the 70s and 80s in the country in Ohio, seeing very limited wildlife. I grew up by Lake Erie. It was like brown sludge. In the 2000s, after many years of environmental regulations, I can see hawks, bald eagles, wild turkeys, and even coyotes in Ohio. And Lake Erie is blue again. There is still much to do, but the fact is that environmental regulations work and make the world a better place. They just cost corporations money. So win-win. Another comment is,
and I agree with that, because that's a different topic than what I'm talking about. I was talking about the green energy stuff. But yeah, things like that, I've seen stuff like that work in a lot of places. Problem is, the global warming thing, those places we can do that in are shrinking in number. We have to do something about keeping, like swampland, sadly to say, swampland in Florida or swampland in Louisiana and Mississippi. There's a lot of animals and plants that are out in those swamps, and those swamps are shrinking and they're getting drained so they can put more farmlands and stuff like that in and go for minerals and things. Yeah. And there's medicines out in plants, and there's animals out there that people haven't even seen existing for 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, except them crazy swamp people, but
Yeah, and that's what I be saying. And when we're talking about environmental conservation, or even with the global warming argument, like cleaning up the environment, not damaging it more, is where the focus, I think, should be, overall. Like, I think that anybody can get on board with that. If they don't agree with, the green energies, okay, fine. Can we get out here and clean up the trash? Can we get the plastics up out of the ocean? And, can we stop putting oil and gas in the rivers and shit like that? We all should be able to get on board with that, right? Stop polluting the air. We got to breathe that shit. Regardless of if it's global warming or not. Like, who wants to breathe pollution? Let me read another comment.
I mean, what, Flint, Michigan, the river was on fire for like a year and a half? Like, the river was on fire for a year and a half.
Because it
and
had
they
so
couldn't put
much.
it out.
It has so
And
much
they-
of them flammable chemicals in there.
And I think they still can't drink the water, or the water is just now getting drinkable, or something like that.
It's the pipes. It corroded the pipes. So that's the real problem. And they haven't, it's too much money to fix that shit. And that's really a problem all the way across the United States. The pipes were put down so many years ago. And then nobody wants to flip the bill to actually go in and fix that shit. So they have these systems that they do where they send down these, like, it coats the pipes, you know, instead of actually repairing them, they send down this like plastic coating or whatever to coat the pipes, because when they were sending that hard water through those pipes, it was eroding the pipes and getting that freaking, you know, chemicals and shit out of there. And that's really what's got it all fucked up. But really, the pipes need to be replaced across the nation. Nobody wants to spend the money to do it. It's an unfathomable amount of money that it would take to fix that shit. Let me read another comment. It says, the most important part is they believe them. They didn't say that scientists were trying to control them or that they had rights to use CFCs, etc. Another comment, it says, if this is true, why did the media not talk about this massive achievement? They did, just forgot. Another comment, it says, GOP voters are immune to this sort of actual logic. They'll deny the science until the day they die. Can y'all hear me? I'm getting some weird feedback.
Yeah, I hear you good, bro.
Okay. One more comment on this one. It says, the manufacture and sale of chlorofluorocarbons was $1 billion industry in the 70s. It was used in everything. Antiperspirant, furniture polish, cooking spray, and dozens of other applications. Then an environmental movement caused this industry to dry up almost overnight. The energy companies paid very close attention to that, I promise you, as they knew that their product was even more damaging to the environment than CFCs. So they started a 40-year publicly campaign to discredit the idea of global warming and prevent environmental reforms. How's your summer going? Hot enough for you? Thank the oil companies. So this is the thing. These damn corporations, they make so much freaking money, and then they pour that shit into the, you know, the lobbyists, into the campaign donations, and, you know, they just want to keep on making their money. So they don't care about the environment or polluting or whatever the hell. They just want to keep on making their money. So it's cost of doing business to pour all of this money into politics and so forth, so that the legislation can't pass laws or won't pass laws, because their check is coming from these companies, like the pharmaceutical industry, the, you know, oil and gas industry, you know, so much money. There's no reason for them to change what they're doing, because in their perspective, because they want to just keep making money. And so and then you have this thing about regulations. You know, it's like, oh, regulations cost companies money, like they can't afford to go on with these regulations. It's like, if your company can't, if you don't have a viable company, bro, like that's what I mean. Like a lot of these companies need to go out of business. These banks need to go out of business. These big corporations need to get broken up. You know, they can't pay. If they feel like they can't pay the people enough money, then they don't have a viable company, bro. Let the smaller companies take over, you know? Let them handle business, because y'all obviously can't do it. If you can't handle the regulations and so forth, then you shouldn't exist. Get the hell out. This is what's happening with the trains. It's happening with everything.
That's not how that happens, though. When a big company, or when a company like that goes down, so a bigger company ultimately gets bigger.
Well, that shouldn't be the case. It should be the smaller companies should get bigger and take up that slack. But we have this, you know, corporate takeover.
Those are the ones that can't buy. Those are the ones that can't
They don't have the capital. Yeah, you're breaking up. They don't. I know what you're trying to say, though. They don't have the capital. They're not in the position to be able to do like these hostile takeovers or whatever. You know.
Dude,
So, but that's the
my whole idea of and I'm completely unashamed about this. My whole idea is building up a business, 2, 3, 4, 5 different locations maybe, and then sell it to a friggin' venture fund.
Ugh. And you know, this is what happens when people come up with good new ideas and new technologies or whatever. Like a lot of people do these startups just to plan to sell them to one of these big companies and just cash in and move on. And it's like that actually makes sense, you know. But the problem is we don't have no innovation as a result of this particular way of doing things, you know. And we have all these monopolies and conglomerates, you know, and you know that innovation is stifled, you know. It's not good. Over time, what's going to happen is it's really weak. What happened is the economy gets weaker when you have fewer companies.
I hit a point where they're going to give me $7 to $10 million out in my pocket to walk away from this. I'm done. That's fuck you money.
And that's what most people would think. And it really is a logical way to go at it. And you can't really blame people for looking at it that way. It's just that overall, our system is weaker as a result of this. You know, at some point that the top it's going to topple over. It's going to fall over, bro. It's going to collapse. Let me read this. Let's move on. It says, controversial thesis. If the highest paid person in your university or college is the basketball coach or the football coach, then it's not a university. It is a sporting franchise with a side hustle in tertiary education. So this is kind of an argument I've been making for the longest time. Like some years ago, I did a Google search of like the highest paid people per state, and almost every state is like an NFL coach. A couple of states it was like a some kind of surgeon or something. Almost every state is an NFL coach, and it just shows where our priorities are as a society, you know. And these universities, how much do they really care about educating people? You know, you know what they say, follow the money. Where they spending most of their money on, it shows you what they care about. So they're paying football coaches and basketball coaches more than anybody else in the university.
No. Where they're spending money is where they're getting their most return for that money.
Well, yeah, the university is a business, so
where they spend money is where they get the money back. That's why it's sports teams and the bookstore.
Yeah, but what about the long-term effects of society? You know, what when you're building up a society, when you have educated people,
they've only got you for 4 to 8 years. They don't care.
Yeah,
they're worried about maintaining the maintenance of the institution and the name. That means it doesn't matter whether you suck at what you do with your degree, because you got that name. People are going to respect you and believe you and give you that money.
And so, but what I'm saying is that's effed up. That's all the way backwards. You know, investing in a community is how you build up for the long term. You know, educating people, having innovative people, having people that are able to come up with new technologies and stuff like that. People that can run fast on the football field. Okay, it's cool. It's entertainment. But what does that do for the society in the long term? You know?
It generates millions of dollars. It helps cause distractions because sports, wide-scale sports like that is the gladiator arena of today. That is, we are Rome, and that is the arena.
And I completely agree with you. But what happened to Rome? What happened to, you know, and where are we going? What's going to happen with us? You know?
Well, I don't know. If you do some comparisons, if we put JFK as the assassinated Caesar, we're getting pretty close to Nero.
Yep. And it all went downhill. It all went kaput after that. Let me read a couple comments. It says the top tier of schools like Harvard, Stanford, etc., are now just hedge funds with universities attached.
Yep.
Another comment, it says in 43 states, the highest paid state employee is a college football or basketball coach, and it's fucking disgrace. See? I didn't even read these comments. Let me read this one. It says, agreed, but when was the last time 100,000 people showed up to watch a science experiment? Good point, but...
that's part of my... you got to understand, all the stuff I was saying, I was not saying it to knock. I was saying it in list of pros and cons. I mean, they got to get their money, and they got to sell their merch, and they got to do all this. But if they're doing that, I like the way they're starting to pay these players for, like, if you buy an A&M jersey with a certain player's name or number on it, they actually get a cut of it now.
Yeah, but
instead
I would
of it all
argue,
going to the school.
and I'm all for that. They need to pay these players because they make too much money off of them.
I don't think they should pay them to play. However,
They're out there getting hurt.
They're getting a scholarship. They're getting housing. They're paid for. They get food. They don't need to get paid to play.
That's fucking slavery, man.
But because they're getting free food, free housing, all of that. They're not being paid. They are getting free college and free housing while it's going on, and they are playing.
Now, a lot of times you got to think about it, but you got to think about it too, though, Doc. If they are a sports player, like a football player, a basketball player, a lot of times they're practicing, they're going to games. A lot of times, like I watch a lot of the interviews, podcasts from a lot of the sports NFL players that went to college before they started the NIL, where they were getting paid. Those guys would tell you, man, there was a lot of times after a fucking game, they were going back to their dorms starving and they didn't have money. Like, they come there poor. They didn't have money to fucking, buy food. They're not really able to work because they're there on the football or basketball scholarship. They busting their ass. So a lot of them, even though, they're going to school for free, but they're only able to get free food during the hours that the cafeterias and shit are open. A lot of times they leave practice late in the evening. That shit is over with. They're leaving practice after.
And that's why the successful players all have parents that are affluent enough to be able to support them while they're in college and make sure that they can stay on board and, they eventually hopefully get that check. So, if they have parents that can't help them while they're in college, then they're not going to make it.
Okay. Now, can I finally finish what I was saying about the merch and all of this?
Go ahead.
That's why they don't have any fucking money, is because they're keeping the money from the sports merchandise with names on it, things like that. That money should be given to the players.
Or a percentage of it.
Yeah, I mean, a minimum stipend, maybe even a minimum and maximum amount. And anything above the maximum amount that's split between all of them gets given to them at the end of their scholarship or at the end of their degree.
And what about the ads?
They get knocked out.
They use their images in ads.
Participating in the ads is the exact same thing. They should get a percentage of that as well. I'm not saying shut these guys down. I'm not saying take them out. I'm saying they do need to be supported the way they're doing. But get paid to play. No, because that makes them a professional sports person. That's different. That's a different league. That's a different category. That's what they're working toward. If you, I participated in sports, so I was in the burgeoning kickboxing. I did some fencing. All shit that nobody really went to watch. Volleyball. They don't go to see guys volleyball. They only go to see girls volleyball.
For good reason.
Absolutely, for a couple of good reasons. Times 12.
Let me go back to this guy's comment. He said, "Agree, but when was the last time 100,000 people showed up to watch a science experiment? But what if we had a more educated public? There could be a chance that you could have a bunch of people showing up to watch science experiments. But people don't know stuff. You know, they don't understand science. They don't get it. They're not into it. You know, it's geared for that direction. So that that's the reason why people, after they graduate school or whatever, they're going to sports arenas and stuff. What I mean is, we could gear our society into that direction where people are smart, understand science, and are interested in going to see science experiments. You get what I'm saying? Maybe it won't be 100,000 people, but there's no incentive for that.
Dude, I know the A&M Science Fair is huge, dude. It's a weekend-long convention. It has, I don't know if it's a recruiting thing or whatever, but the engineering students and the agriculture, there's different categories. They all are doing their thesis stuff. It's like the high school science fair on university steroids. And it's really cool. I caught it one time because it was the weekend after AggieCon, the science fiction convention. And I was involved with that on some panels and running some games. And it was so cool, dude, because that was one of the first ones where the guy was doing the water out of the pool with the little water jetpack thing kicking. If you know what I mean, I know you've seen them now because they show them on. Matter of fact, they've got jetpack races in Japan right now too, just to let you know how cool that is.
That's cool. Let's move on. Check this out.
Small subdivision just south of Katy. It's also one of the largest growing cities in Texas, but some people who live here think it's growing too fast. More homes are being built.
As a community, we want the building stopped until they catch up and they catch up their infrastructure.
This community is dealing with a shortage of water. Folks are now being told to cut back and use less of it.
It was misdemeanors. It was fines if you were caught watering.
We asked the water district about what the charge would be and were directed to a lawyer. They have not responded, but even if people could use the water, there isn't enough.
One rain is not going to resolve the drought issue. Everyone needs water. We all live in the same community, and so we should follow the restrictions until this problem is resolved. But it can't continue.
Denise said she would have thought twice about living here if she knew this would happen. This is a small subdivision just south of Katy. It's also one of the largest growing cities in Texas, but some people who live here think it's growing too fast. More homes are being built.
As a community, we want the building stopped.
So it says neighbors south of Katy are telling ABC 13 they're being threatened with fines and criminal charges if water limits aren't followed. And it says, but they add a bigger issue is at play. The way we build these communities is a problem. The grass is a problem. It's the way we do these things is the problem. That's what I would say. I don't feel sorry for these people having to conserve water. That's what you have to do. And these are the results of the way that they're doing things. So they're like, we want the building to stop. You've already bought your house. So you don't want nobody else to move out there. They didn't put these damn suburbs in the middle of freaking nowhere, It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's just not a good way of doing things. Comment, it says, home builders need to slow down on building new homes when a community can't stay afloat or lacking essential supplies. These are homeowners who work hard for their money and choose this area for a reason. Well, they may have made a bad decision, bro. I don't feel sorry for them. Another comment, it says, keep in mind that people complaining are the ones who bought into the issue. Instead of buying an old home, you conveniently bought into cookie cutter home, which ultimately began the issue you're complaining about. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, and a lot of these new homes are trash. Like they're trash. That's the reason why they're not giving them away, but it's easier to buy a new home nowadays.
How come the theme song to Weeds is rolling in my head when I see that neighborhood?
What do you say, wings?
Weeds. Remember the TV show? Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. The neighborhood that they were in. Yeah.
And that's what they are too, because they're prefabricated homes.
Show?
I don't remember that.
You should watch that show. At least the first season.
These are prefabricated homes. They're like boxes. They go up so freaking fast. They're made out of terrible materials, like cheap materials.
It's prefab.
Yeah.
They go in, they build the frame, and the walls go up almost as one individual piece. You tape it all together, you stucco the outside, put a roof on it.
Well, let me ask you here. What does the house have to do with them being told they're restricting their water, them watering their lawns between a certain hour of the day?
Because they don't have enough water out there, you know, for everybody. Because it's in the middle of nowhere.
Because if you do water your grass between, like, say 7 and 10 in the morning, or say 4 and 7 in the evening, you're drawing water pressure away from the main times when people are trying to take showers and use larger amounts of water. So they're trying to regulate the draw, even out the draw on the overall system.
Well, that's why they're saying, like, the curfew or the water time. That's why they're telling them to do it like at a certain time. Like, of course, like, why would you want to water your grass when the sun is at its highest peak during the day? It's at its hottest.
It's all going to evaporate anyway.
Yeah, you're just
wasting
burning
the
the grass. I mean, if you're smart, anybody that knows anything about, you know, watering grass
Early morning,
or watering
late
plants,
evening,
yeah,
or at
it's
night.
early morning, late evening, or at night. You don't do it during the highest peak of the day. You know, I mean, they're not restricting you from using water inside your home. They're not restricting you from being able to bathe or take a shower or, you know, or things of that nature. They're just saying to cut down on the use as far as, like, you know, trying to water your grass or, you know, perhaps wash your car.
Yeah,
I don't that's for a lot of the counties around the Houston area right now. They got that going, especially in Harris County, the biggest county that there is in Houston, Harris County. You know, that they're issuing that. I mean, it's so fucking hot outside, bro.
They're
like,
saying the same thing about electricity too. They want you to cut your electricity usage during peak hours.
That's like from Oklahoma south during the summer. Water restrictions, and all the way from pretty much Texas to California.
Yeah.
I mean, shit is hot. You know, it's extremely hot around those times. I mean, my thing is during the middle of the day, especially if no one is in your home, before you leave and go to work, if you were to set your AC thermostat at about in between 72 and 75, you're gonna come home to a pretty cool house, even if it's hot outside, unless your house is just uninsulated, not insulated properly, and you got shit windows, and you don't have things blocking direct sunlight. You know,
Yeah, that's
those
what it
types of
is. It's a new neighborhood. It's
The thing is, they're trying to
There's no
tell you
trees.
to keep your AC at 74 when you're at home. Say they're trying to tell you that's what you should be keeping it at, and turn it up to 80 when you're gone. That's what they're trying to do to tell you to save power now.
Well, that's why you don't go with one of those smart fucking thermostats that they can hack into, like, you know, those all of these people that are using these Nest thermostats where they can say,
Yeah.
"Hey Nest, set temperature at 78." You know, like, no, you just go with a standard, traditional, you know, efficient, you know, that's a modern, efficient enough, you know, thermostat system for your house that can't be controlled remotely. You know, you don't get you something where you can control the temperature from your phone. If you can control the temperature from your phone, what you think any fucking hacker can do?
Control the temperature from their computer or wherever the hell they at.
Exactly. So it's like, bro, like, this is the thing that this is a statement that Elon Musk made. AI, artificial intelligence, all of this bullshit is gonna be basically, in so many words, he was saying that this shit was gonna be
The
basically
criminals
the worst
heaven.
thing for humanity, you know. And people are, because people want to be on top of shit and want to have all of these different creature comforts. Like, bro, like, a lot of times we're creating problems for ourselves. Like, I don't really see the issue. I mean, you know, it's that human factor. You know, like, I'm not trying to sound insensitive here, because I am human. I also look to own a home one day, but bro, people will complain about any fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's just, you know, they're so, people are so unhappy a lot of times and so frustrated with everything that's going on. And it's like, the one little thing that comes out and say, "Hey, don't water your grass," you know, at
And they
fucking
lose it.
12 noon. What the fuck you mean? It's just my house. Well, why would you want to water your fucking grass at 12 noon anyway? You're just gonna burn the fucking grass up. You're
It's
doing it more
America.
harm. You know,
It's the land
so
of the free. I can water the grass at noon and burn my grass up if I want to. Don't come and tell me
yeah,
nothing.
you know, and you know, I mean, and another thing too, bro. I mean, I get the comment of the person said buying in a neighborhood with cookie cutter homes, but you know, you can buy a cookie cutter home, but still have that home be an efficient home, energy efficient home. You know, it's about you spending the money. You know,
So you're
and
gonna have to
because
upgrade
they're
it
gonna
a
they're
lot.
gonna have the, yeah, they're gonna have the upgrades there, you know, for you. You know, those energy efficient double pane windows with the mirror finish on the outside. Yeah, that shit ain't cheap, but
Yeah.
it's
The
worth it
walls
in
are
the
shit
long.
too.
Yeah, it's worth it in the long run. You can get,
The problem is the window is actually stronger than the wall holding it up.
I'm telling you, the walls are trash. Let me read some comments right here. It says, "Oh, poor rich people. Full share is growing with many, many rich people." Another comment that says, "A restriction on water is wild." Another comment that says, "Extrascaping grass lawns take up a third of U.S. drinking water consumption. Most people in the burbs aren't even outside year round. Minimize the grass, plant native plants, and find alternative ground coverings. Problem solved." See, that's what I've been saying. I think the grass is a big problem. The grass is a problem.
man, me personally, bro, if I, you know, when I do, well, I mean, if I buy a bunch of land and build a house, of course I'm gonna have grass. Uh, but if I was to buy me a house, you know, like in a like a non-deed restricted neighborhood, an older home, and I can go through and just kind of do what I want to it. Like, if the grass is shit when I buy the house, bro, like, I'll just rip that shit up, dude, and put turf. Cause you think about it, for you to go out and buy, cause you gotta buy the grass by the yard, if I'm not correct. Doc may know. Like, you may come out cheaper just fucking putting turf, you know,
You buy those
especially if you don't
squares,
have a big ass yard.
and and
You know
and
what I'm saying? Just do
it's not
turf
by
in
the
them bitches.
yard. It's by those squares, and it is really expensive. I
The,
bought a
the
new
squares
home.
are called a yard.
Okay. Well, the turf though, bro, that's not good, man. Like, that's gonna be heat reflecting off of that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna make everything hotter. it's not going to be good for the environment. It's not going to be good for the, other plants and animals.
Or you can put that really nice what do they call that shit? You see a lot of people like in Arizona and California have that in their front yard. It's not like the big crushed rock, but it's like it kind of resembles
Like the
sand in a
river
bit, but it's
stones.
yeah, it's like a real pretty smooth rock. You can actually walk on it, barefoot. It won't cut your feet. It probably gets hot in the, in peak of the day, but
Yeah,
put
but it,
that
it
out
holds
there and just
moisture underneath it. So that's actually good.
yeah, and then like, maybe cut out little like if you're gonna have like a little you like some like if you're gonna have like a little sitting area out in your backyard or whatever, maybe have that be grass, and just do rock everywhere else. And I mean, yes, you got to pay for the rock. It's not cheap. You got to buy that shit by the yard too. But I mean, I don't know, bro. I just like I
Let me
say,
read this. It says, find an environmentally friendly alternative to grass. Grass requires a lot of water for maintenance and upkeep. Plant native grasses. Clover is great, and plants. I think that's the answer.
and then you can get you can get plants that don't require as much water.
Let me read another comment. It says, I remember when all that land had cows on it. I'm glad I moved to Atlanta. This one, it says, their HOA not going to be happy with brown grass, LOL. Yeah, you're going to get freaking fined for that. Another comment says, I feel so sad for these rich
No,
Karens.
you just paint the grass. That way it stays green all year round.
Just paint
I mean, that can't be adding any more toxic chemicals to the ground, could it? I mean, that's the quick answer, isn't it?
Yeah. Crazy times.
See, I'd be the asshole that for 1 month of the year went ahead and painted my grass with the rainbow. Just because.
The homeowners association gonna be all in your ass, bro.
But here's the thing, bro. Okay, they're complaining. The homeowners are complaining about the water bans and things of that nature. But they're not looking at the bigger issue. Only thing they see is like, oh man, this is a new neighborhood over here. We should put the house up for sale and buy a house over here. That's the problem right there, is that they're throwing up these fucking subdivisions everywhere
in the middle of nowhere.
and that's what's causing a lot, beyond the fact that it's super hot right now. We're not getting a whole lot of rain. Trust me, it's hot, but I take the heat, bro. Like,
See, they're
over the cold.
They're building the
But
subdivision, and it's overstretching the resources, the infrastructure.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
so they complain about it. The company petitions the local town facility to incorporate the area into the town. And then it becomes the taxpayers' problem and not the homeowners or the builders who are overstressing the resources in the area in the first place.
Exactly, bro. Because like and
Follow the
that's
money.
another thing too, man. When you're looking to buy a house, I learned that from an older gentleman. He was telling me, he's like, man, when you do buy a house, try to look in areas that are unincorporated, areas that are not part of the city or the city or the county or whatever like that, or not county but city, or the taxes will be cheaper. There's more you can do, and things that, I mean, I don't mind having a well, bro. I grew up on well water. I don't mind having a well and putting the filtration systems on the well water to filter the water out and things of that nature. You drill your well deep enough, you're gonna get pretty good water. I mean, yeah, you may have to put a septic tank and run.
I remember that sweet red well water in Louisiana.
Hey, I grew up on well water in Louisiana. My water wasn't red, damn it. and it didn't stink. It didn't have an odor. It didn't smell it. It tasted different because you're getting, but that well we had was pretty deep.
We
I've never
lived right outside of Natchitoches near a swamp.
Oh yeah, you were up there. You were up there like, yeah, damn
We
near
had,
up,
we had that
basically
creek.
like east.
We had that.
East up there.
It wasn't rust. It was that red clay that's the
Yeah, that's what it was. The clay.
Yeah.
And I'm talking red like an Irish setter until you get about 10 pumps with it on that arm crank, and then it starts to thin out.
Yeah.
Let me play this. Okay. It says rabbit study shows how powerful the state of mind is. Oh, it's not gonna let me play it. I really want to play this. That sucks. Whatever, I'm gonna move on. I got a whole bunch of stuff I didn't get to.
Right now, because I haven't seen near as many rainbow flags and rubbish as we seen last year.
They're making the kids wear these flags and these hats.
Yes.
Right. And it's like, don't make the kids wear these flags and these hats and make it their entire personality.
Absolutely.
They make it their whole identity. They've got the shirts, they've got the flags, they got the hats, they got the shirts. It's like it's their whole personality. You got these people with these flags, they're waving it in our faces.
Right. I don't care if you're gay.
Like, just don't wave this flag in my face. These flags everywhere that they wave around in everyone's face. It's become their entire personality.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have these people with their flags and their hats that they wave around in everyone's faces, and it's become their entire personality.
I live in a place where everybody is gay. I could say
You can't say gay, it's Florida.
Oh. No, that's only at Disney. You should have seen how it looked me trying to just get on a flight to get down here with a MAGA hat on. They treated me like I was Osama bin Laden.
It's become harder to be open about your identity nowadays. Right?
Yeah, people just need to speak up. They need to say what they believe. I'm a straight male as well.
You're a straight white male.
And I'm proud. And I'm proud of that.
Just on a Saturday or Sunday, I got nothing to do. I put my flags out and I ride through town to remind everybody.
Can you imagine going someplace and being attacked just for your identity?
It's crazy.
I'm happy right now because I
What happened?
You're muted.
Oh yeah, Chocolate muted.
Thank you. I was saying the irony is completely lost on these folks. He's trolling them right in their face, and they don't even know.
I think this is the absolute worst kind of gotcha stupidity video. I hate seeing this shit from both sides. The whole idea, he's sitting there mocking them and stuff like that. He approaches them trying to say, hey, let's have a serious conversation. Let's be real about this. And then turns around and mocks them and then makes videos mocking them. Yeah, you feel good about that. And you can if you want, but I don't feel good about that. And I don't feel good about the way they do it the other way either.
I think that
if he approach them for open discussion and stuff like that, he is approaching them from a point of deception, and that's shitty pull, man. That shitty pull.
It seems like the people
He's in disguise. He's lying to them. He is predicating their entire conversation on a lie, and he is leading them with his conversation to say these things. This is bullshit, dude. This has as much validity to me as those freedom of speech guys that test the cops all the time, but really all they're doing is mocking them and trying to piss them the fuck off.
I wouldn't compare that to this, but I get your complaint about the dishonesty, if you will, but it seems like they should catch what he's saying. Like, he's not like twisting or mingling his words at all. And
so you're saying they should expect deception.
No,
they should look for deception in anything that they say.
No,
how their words about their things can be twisted by someone with a different mind.
He's not twisting their words. He's not twisting their words at all.
He's leading them. He is leading them to say these things, to repeat them, to agree with them. But he is from one mindset They are from another. He is deliberate. Like I said, this is deception at the worst part, and part of the reason why we will never agree and get along, because people like this and people like that on the other side are also the same fucking way doing the same stupid shit. I
But why-
hate looking at shit like this.
Why can't these people realize the irony in what they're saying or how they're living and what they're believing in? Because they
They're
think
being
he's
asked
talking about.
from a certain point of view. He's not asked. Look at him. He's dressed like the rest of them. They're supporting him. They're answering. They're saying this. He's saying this stuff. They're making honest reactions. Yes, yes, yes. There's not a debate. There's not an exclusion. There's not a them too. They don't have any chance to defend or say anything about what they really think about the other side. They're just saying it about theirs. And he's dragging it out of them on purpose. This is just like taping drunk fucking people and then using it against them.
But listen, the point of it is the exact same thing that they're saying that the LGBTQ community is doing is the exact same thing that they are doing. You know what I'm saying? It's exactly the same. No different.
I know the message that you're trying to say, but this is deceitful bullshit. This is bullshit. This is absolute lowbrow, uncool, unhuman bullshit.
I think it shows how people are so
it shows how it shows that the left is willing to trick people into saying things just to literally mock them. I don't see this as a great interview or anything like that. Now, if he wasn't leading the conversation, if he wasn't dragging them along, if he wasn't putting words in their mouth, and if he was doing it without being dressed like them, taking them off of their being disarmed, all of this, no, I would be fine with it. But no,
I don't see how
this is deceitful bullshit.
I don't see how me or you would be got in this way, because you're not going to be not seeing it. You know what I'm saying? You're blind. People blind themselves with their
You're
rhetoric.
not seeing it. Exactly. It's deceitful. It is dishonest. This just proves that most people are willing to honestly say what's on their mind, even if they don't realize what they're saying is to something else.
That's the problem. That is the issue. That is what's going on.
No, the
That's
issue
the political-
is this is a leading conversation. He's tricking them into saying that. They're not saying it of their own free in conversation. He's going, oh, so you're saying this. You say this. Oh, it's like this. That's him saying and them agreeing. That's not them just busting out and saying this. This is a led conversation. Not cool, dude.
Let me read some comments. And the caption, it says, hint, this is what grooming looks like. Another comment, it says, the willful ignorance is mind-blowing. Still, after all this time, these videos shock the hell out of me. Another comment, it says, thank you for showing that the MAGA people are practically the same as the people they despise. Another comment, it says, they may be male, but he's not straight. Or another one, it says, can someone please tell them?
That was a fair comment the guy up there said. That they're being hypocritical about what they don't like.
That's the point. Let me read another comment. It says, at this point, this can't even be seen as trolling. It's straightforward journalism. Another comment, it says, hello, hypocrisy.
That's trolling more than Charlie Kirk.
Another comment, it says, hello, hypocrisy, meet irony. Another comment, it says, they will be holding the apartheid state flag. Sad, sad, free Palestine. Yeah. All the comments are kind of the same. The one with the kid standing there when he was making that about them making the kids dress up and wear the hats and the flags, and they completely just did not get that. Let's do a little of this one.
As well, go ahead and add this as a new chapter to the Jungle Book. We might as well. This beautiful elephant creature takes revenge on an old ass lady that motherfucking set her up so that poachers could take her motherfucking baby. She finds this bitch on a motherfucking watering hole, like there the bitch go, stomps this bitch out in front of everybody. The lady fucking dies. They have the funeral not too long after. The elephant travels from 200 motherfucking miles away. Like, I'm finna celebrate this disrespectful dead bitch. Yanks her out the motherfucking coffin like a t-shirt, wave around your head, spinning like a motherfucking helicopter, stomps her the fuck back out, stomps her motherfucking house out, stomps her motherfucking goat out. Bitch, what did you fucked up? You fucked up. I'm on the side with the elephant. I wish I could have been there. I would have followed.
So it says elephant kills woman 70 and returns to trample her corpse at the funeral after lifting her body from a pyre as family performed last rites.
Elephants are extremely intelligent, man. They remember when you do them wrong.
Yeah. These people need to leave these damn animals alone.
Yeah.
Let me read a comment. It says the caption, it says, I think we can all agree that she must have been a horrible woman. Another comment, it says, I remember watching Discovery on elephants. A baby had been taken by a lioness while the mom and family had to flee. They waited 23 to 48 hours later, tracked them back to their pack, and stomped all the cubs and did it at night. I couldn't believe it. I had known how elephants protect their herd, but seeing how calculated and organized they were when ambushing the lions, I was in complete awe and shocked. You know, what I think about with this story is how, like, as humans, we like to think that we're the intelligent creatures, like we're the most intelligent, or we're the only ones who have intelligence or whatever. Like, we measure intelligence based on ourselves. And like, you know, and I'm like, and I say all the time, like, you know, we're crazy. We're arrogant as hell to think that we're the only ones that understand things that's going on or whatever. Like, you know, just because we have airplanes and stuff, you know, these animals are intelligent too. They have intelligence. Another comment says the elephants and the orcas are done with us, with our nonsense, and I'm here for it. This comment says the goat was like, what I do? Like, everybody you cool with gonna get it. Everybody can get it. That's funny to me, man. The elephant didn't care, bro. Like, yo, I'm through with this shit. Even the goat gotta go. Let's see. I was supposed to do politics and I ain't really do none, so I need to try to get into some before I go. Let's see. How long is this one? It says, Eva Morales, industrialized countries only want us Latin Americans so they can guarantee them their raw materials. They do not want us to give the added value. And that's an argument that they make all the time. I'm going to move on. Hold on. Let me see. Because I have some politics here. This one, it says, who shot U.S. behind both terrorist attacks on Crimea Bridge? Of course, it was our American technology. The siege drone was remotely guided and half submerged like a torpedo. Seymour Hersh will once again be ignored in the land of free press. So he wrote an article about that. Hold on. Let's do this one.
It seems that the goal of this crowd is to kind of create the same panic about climate change that they successfully created around COVID. Do I have this wrong?
No, you have it correct. I mean, first of all, we have to accept the World Economic Forum is a fanatical political organization that uses fear and manipulation like COVID hysteria, like the hoax of global warming, to really facilitate people thinking that somehow they're the saviors, but really all you're doing is helping them accomplish their goal, which really is a global public-private fascist movement and fusion of big government, big tech, big money to create a technocratic ruling elite, which conveniently is them. And really, Laura, if you want to look at a different way too with the World Economic Forum, they want to create feudalism 2.0 in which we are serfs and they are the lords ruling over us. You'll have nothing and be happy is one of the things that comes out of Davos. That's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for feudalism in which we are serfs and we should be happy that they are ruling over us.
Man, we already are. That's already the case. That has already happened. The caption, it says, Fox News guest perfectly summarizes the WEF's Great Reset agenda in just 1 minute. The WEF is a fanatical political organization that uses fear and manipulation like COVID hysteria, like the hoax of global warming, to really facilitate people thinking that somehow, they're the saviors. But really, all you're doing is helping them accomplish their goal, which really is global public-private fascism movement and fusion of big government, big tech, and big money to create a technocratic ruling elite, which conveniently is them. They want to create feudalism 2.0, in which we are serfs, and they are the lords ruling over us. That's what they're aiming for. I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't agree. The only line I disagree with is global warming hoax. But the rest of it I would agree with. And the only thing I would say is that this has already happened. It's not a thing that is coming. It's a thing that is here.
No, this is what we're in war with right now. The 5th generation war. Most people don't even realize we're fighting the war and it's coming to the end game already. And that's the thing. Because of the way it is, because of the way they've got everything positioned, nobody realizes we're in this war and have been for an entire generation. The frontline soldiers on this war are the social media influencers, the TikTokers, the naysayers, the posters, the pussy hat wearing, screaming, yelling, distracting. They're all part of the powers that be. Yet everyone thinks they're not. The fanaticism wave, the bandwagon America.
The cancel culture.
I'm trying to stay away from the words cancel culture because it needs to be something else, because not
outrage
everything culture. Yes, it is an outrage culture that is directly pointed at businesses. Unfortunately, it's also pointed too often at non-political people who just spoke their mind on the internet and shouldn't be subject to doxing and losing their job and all that just because they had an opinion that people don't like.
Well, I would say these corporations do need to take a lot of the blame for the way things are, man. These big, huge corporations, yes, they need to take the blame. Their fingers do need to be pointed at them.
Well, that's the thing. The problem is the right and the left can't agree with what to point fingers about. I mean, the left wants to cancel people that don't gender people the right way. The right's going after people making rainbow clothes for freaking kids. I mean, and both of those are ridiculous extremes, yet they exist. I'm not exaggerating on either point. And that's why I say that 12% and that 12%, you know, those are the problem. Those are the ones we're listening to. It takes 11% of people to take over a movement, to make a national movement. And we're letting those minorities, those small groups of people control the whole agenda. And I'm not invalidating their points. I'm not invalidating any of them or their means or the things that they feel or the things that they believe. But what I'm saying is, what about the other 76% of us?
Let me play this.
Congress should immediately vote to block Joe Biden's recent call up of reserve forces. We're sending now troops over to Europe to fight. We're sending troops to fuel this escalating conflict. Not a single American life should be put at risk because crooked Joe Biden has been illegally paid off. He's been paid off. This is a corrupt president. And you know what? I would have never said that. I have too much respect for the office of the presidency, and I never said that. I can't say great things about him because he's been a horrible president, but I would never say, but you know what? Now we have to take the gloves off because they took the gloves off, so we take the gloves off. And Europe should be paying their fair share. They're not. Congress should immediately vote to block.
His speech patterns are very like he knows what he's doing. Like, you know, it's theatrical, you know.
I know exactly what he's done. You've seen me do my big posts and stuff like that. You see how I break my sentences down with the lines between them. Each statement is individual short, but it sums up a total of everything. That's the style he's using right now. He's keeping it a short amount of words. That way, every single statement can be kept individually in a sound clip.
Yeah, it's
and
punchy.
Each one builds up to a bigger whole. It's a great. It's a writing.
Effective.
Yeah, I use that thing too. I just don't have a face that looks like I've been sucking lemons for a week.
And then the way he says, I would have never said that. Or what did he say? I wouldn't say that. But I'm, as he says that, I'm thinking to myself, but you're saying that.
Look, here's my thing about it. I hate it when people say, well, they took the gloves off, so I am now. All that says to me is they chose violence, and now I'm going to go to their level. If he really wants my vote, he's not going to swing from below. He's not going to go below the belt again.
And I don't think
they are.
I don't think he needs to, because what he's saying is valid. Talking about sending troops to Europe to fuel the escalating conflict, and you know, that's
he's got good words, but he's broken.
That's a valid things to say. You don't need all the rest of that stuff.
Just
say that.
Bernie, they're out. None of them needs this job. None of them will be able to do the job and get anything done because there will be nothing but opposition.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Trump, he may pull it off if he's not in jail.
I don't know if this is...
You know, that's something that we really should scour the Constitution and find out. A president is allowed to pardon anyone. Are they allowed to pardon themselves?
I don't know if this is true, but let's read this. It says, just in, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has signed a law that would allow illegal immigrants to become police officers and sheriff deputies in Illinois. American citizens will be arrested by illegals. Once this takes effect, people who are actively breaking federal law will be arresting Americans if they break the law. This madness from the Democratic Party is absolutely out of control. Is anyone actually okay with this? It's hard for me to believe that that is true. I don't feel like looking it up. Let's see. It has something here. It says HB 3751 circumvents federal law, and they say it's needed because no one wants to be a cop after George Floyd. At the same time, Pritzker signed another bill that eases parole requirements. Maybe no one wants to be a cop in Illinois because they love criminals more than justice. I don't believe this. Like, I don't believe this would be true. I'd have to see the law and all of that for me to believe this. I need to see the language in the law. But right now I don't feel like, normally I would be looking this up right now, but it's 2:22 and I'm not going to do it. I'm really just trying to cover some quick ones before we go. And this comment, they're saying the same thing I was saying about RFK. It says RFK is the best candidate on medical freedom and likely also the war in Ukraine.
I got the low-level scoop on that. First initial pass on that bill. It allows someone who is not a citizen of the United States but is legally authorized to work in the United States to apply for the position of a peace officer.
Okay, well, that's totally different than what they're saying here. Because if you're legally authorized to work in the United States, then you're not an illegal immigrant. You got to have some paper. You got to have some kind of papers.
I don't know. Can you take it from private chat to comments? Because there's the actual wording. If private chat has the actual wording of it. Or,
yeah, I can copy it. Yeah, I can copy it.
That is from the summary. It's a 15-page bill. And this is from trackbill.com, Illinois House Bill 3751.
So it says, amends the Illinois Municipal Code, provides that an individual who is not a citizen but is legally authorized to work in the United States under federal law is authorized to apply for the position of police officer, subject to all requirements and limitations other than citizenship, to which other applicants are subject, effective January 1st, 2024.
So I hate that kind of deceptive shit. Right? I was saying about what the guy was doing. That's deceptive too. An illegal immigrant cannot become a police officer. They have to be legally authorized to work. However, it is true that a non-U.S. citizen will be able to act as a police officer and arrest actual citizens.
Yeah.
Which I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah. Let's move on to this. It says RFK is the best candidate on medical freedom and likely also the war in Ukraine, but his full-throated support of Israel apartheid and war crimes is disgusting and undermines the idea that he is a roundly pro-freedom or anti-war. Palestinian lives matter. So it says RFK Jr. says Israel is unique in the Middle East because they only attack military targets. No, that is not true. That is all the way not true. I have a clip right up here that I skipped over because I didn't want to cover it, but let's go because of that comment. And that's the reason why I don't like him. I like him, but I don't like his take on that.
No, here's the problem. There's too much obfuscation over there about targets, where they're from, military, non-military. I mean, both sides are friggin' putting missile launchers in civilian buildings. I mean, one side, I'm not going to say which or the other, one side was trying to dig a tunnel underneath the wall to the other. I mean, to be able to pass things through and attacking things. I mean, there's a whole lot of your side, my side, what side, it's all obfuscated over there. I'm not saying there's not some horrible shit going on both sides, and we're seeing mostly the pro-Israel side, because of the fact that we are in America, and you know, we are very, very pro-Israel, like enough to support them getting free education and healthcare.
Well, we don't have that.
But we also don't have a 2-year mandatory military. Yeah, I was going to say prison sentence. But we do have selective service for men, but not women, which I do think is a problem. And I'm not saying women should have to be registered for the draft. I think nobody should be. I think if we get to a position where we may need to do that, then we institute it. That is the first sign of the public understanding, oh shit, it's about to go down. And college enrollment goes up 1,000%. I couldn't get money for college until I proved that I did my selective service. You can't run for any office in the United States if you're a man, if you did not register for selective service. But women don't have that restriction.
I don't know if I want to do that. This one, it says, just then RFK Jr. reveals the Biden administration denied his request for Secret Service protection after 88 days of no response. Since the assassination of my father in 1968, candidates for president are provided Secret Service protection, but not me, RFK Jr. said. It says, below is tax fraud drug addicted Hunter Biden with his 6-car motorcade showing up to court. Protection for me, but not for thee. So they're not giving RFK Jr. Secret Service protection.
At what is he an actual candidate other than self-declared? Has his party declared him a candidate? I mean, what are the rules on being a candidate that gets that protection?
Yeah, I can't answer that.
However, I do agree with the ludicrousness of him having a 6-car motorcade when they could do a 3-car just fine.
Or just him in his car.
No, be real. I'm going to be real. He's a big enough figure and all that he needs a real guard. He can run a lead car, a tail car, and his car just fine.
Let's do this
one. I've done a little security. We understand this, but I can't talk about it. But they could do a 3-car for him just fine, unless they actually think there's a viable threat. That's the only reason you should be rolling that deep, because all you're doing is calling attention to yourself.
Yeah. Let me play this.
They were expecting protesters.
What is wrong with them? I'm not getting no sound.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off of here, man. I gotta get up in like 3 hours, bro. I didn't realize it was after 2.
Yeah, and I'm wrapping it soon too.
Yeah, man.
Well, I appreciate you being here, bro.
Oh yeah, I'll try to get on here more, man. It's just this new schedule, so Monday through Friday I'm up at 2 a.m. So man, it's kind of Friday and Saturday, bro, I'm usually out of there, tired.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you being here, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey,
man. No problem, bro. I enjoy being out here.
keep your eyes open on the text too. He's been doing a random one on a middle of the weekday out of nowhere once in a while too. That was kind of fun. That was kind of fun the other day.
Yeah, it was. I think so. I enjoyed it. I think that was a really good show too.
Yeah, I saw that text, man. And I was up, but I was doing some training at work, so I was doing some in-office training, so I couldn't get on. Sitting there listening to a monotone old guy talk. Yeah. But yeah, man. Well, y'all have a good rest of y'all night, bro. I'll get up with y'all next week.
All right, bro. Peace and love.
All
Cool,
right, peace
man.
and
Be
love.
safe out there.
All right, y'all too. You too, Doc. Good seeing you.
Yeah, good hearing from you, bro.
All right, same here, guys. Good night.
I wanted to do some more politics, but I'm skipping through this and I don't see what I'm looking for. I'm probably gonna wrap it because my brain is going slow as hell right now. So I'm tired. I worked a double today. I barely got a break. I got a little short break, but just enough time to grab something to eat and then.
Dude, I work at Lasagna House, and it was National Lasagna Day.
So that means it was pretty busy.
We were selling regular and veggie lasagna for $7 all day long.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind having a taste of that.
Shit, you live right on the way. I ought to give you a text when I leave and see if you're home or something and drop some off because I'm always getting stuff and dropping it off at a couple of bars around that don't have kitchens. I could always drop you off a little bit.
But shit, let me know. Shit, I love lasagna. I love Italian food, period.
Because, when there's only a little bit left at the end of the night, instead of sticking it in and cooling it and reheating it in the morning for just a few pieces, they'll just toss it off in a to-go, and I take it and pass them out.
That's cool.
Got to spread the love, man. I worked at 2 bars that didn't have a kitchen in them when I was coming up, and it's nice about 1:32 in the morning. You're about to have to close. You're getting people out. You haven't been able to eat for hours, and there's what's open at 2 or 3, 4 in the morning when you're going home.
Nothing.
But dude, Doc brought me some lasagna earlier. I love him.
Yeah. Free drinks forever.
Say, bring him. Even if I don't have lasagna, I'll bring him a bag of garlic bread.
I hope this plays because this is interesting to me. It says a ship ablaze off the Dutch coast is carrying almost 500 electric vehicles. That's caught my eye because it just sounds kind of fishy, like 500.
Dude, when those things start burning, they burn, dude. They burn. Electric cars burn at a very high temperature that, if I'm not mistaken, water can't put out. They have to be put out chemically.
Does this have sound? It says a ship ablaze off the Dutch coast is carrying almost 500 electric cars. Initial reports said that there were only 25 on board. July 28, 2023. It's a big ass ship. Like, what is going on?
Somebody's gonna have to pee in a cup over this.
Yeah, this sounds shady. Like, I can't help but to think, something shady is going on for this to happen. How does a fire like that start on that ship like that? It's how much money.
I'm not even worried about the fire on the ship because that shit does happen from time to time. I'm trying to figure out how they got 500 electric vehicles instead of 25. That's a very serious weight discrepancy.
Let's read some comments.
Because we're looking at a couple of £1,000 per car.
Yeah.
Just in the batteries.
The comments, it says electric car plus seawater equals disaster.
Yep.
Another comment says Thomas Edison hired Henry Ford to build an electric car in Edison factory at Fort Myers in Florida. They soon realized the idea would never work, so they tried a petrol engine instead. That was the very first Model T. Then Edison let Ford go to start his own factory. That's not true. We had a bunch of electric cars early on when they came out with the car. It was lots of them, all different kinds of models. I covered that in the show.
Yeah, they've always tried, but it's always been a battery versus power problem.
Yeah, that's the That's the issue. People wanted more torque or more power, more speed, and those electric cars, they didn't go very fast. And somebody says, how many liters of petrol from petrol cars? Another one that says, I smell conspiracy. That's what I was thinking when I saw this. It's like, this just sounds fishy. I don't know anything about the story, but it just sounds fishy. It says, like looking up malinvestment in the dictionary, and this is the image. Before we push the entire world off the lithium battery EV cliff, let's ban these hazards. Another comment says, are they Teslas? Another comment says batteries.
What do you mean bad investment, man? If these things were insured, they just got full cash value, retail value for all of them.
Exactly. Even if they probably couldn't have got them sold, they just sold them.
Matter of fact, that might be a good reason why they were on there. They couldn't sell the fuckers, so they put them on the but we're going to transport them. Oop, poof.
Yep. Insurance, cash.
Oh, darn. We'll take half insurance value. Oh yeah. By the way, there was 500, not 25. We made a mistake in our thing here. Here's the corrected one. Pay us. Here's a little money for you to redate the manifest.
Look, check it. This comment right here says, wait and see what happens to EV imports to Scandinavian countries when these car carrier ships can no longer get insurance to haul EVs. This is not the first time this has happened on a transport vessel.
This is true.
He's kind of saying what you're saying.
They've got too many. They're not supposed to have that many of them on a shipment either. I think they're only supposed to have like 100 of them on any cargo ship. I mean, there's all that lithium around each other in the salt water. Bad stuff. Bad juju.
Another comment that says, there's risk associated with the potential reaction between the lithium compounds in batteries and seawater, especially in vapor form. I reckon EVs have to be transported sans batteries by sea and their batteries by carefully controlled air freight. Basically, you keep saying right before the same thing these people saying. It says, get rid of BlackRock shares and anything related to them. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this sounds fishy. Fishy. That's why I caught my eye, so I immediately just retweeted it. I didn't even read anything on it. This one, it says, Pfizer is a serial criminal, mass murdering and corrupt corporation. 11 billion in fines and criminal penalties from 96 law violations since 2000. Make Pfizer the least trustworthy company in the world, yet governments everywhere bought Pfizer vaccines. Go effing figure.
of sugar.
It says the story of Pfizer Inc., a case in pharmaceutical empire and corporate corruption.
Helps the medicine go down, the medicine go down, medicine go down. Just a spoonful.
They're gonna give me a ding with that song.
History of the pharmaceutical industry is filled with stories and deeds of adventures, misadventures, profit-making, profit-taking, fraud, bribery, false claims, messianic promises, and criminal conduct. Few companies in the history of medicine have received as much attention as Pfizer Incorporated has received these last 3 years of the corona crisis. Through the course of relentless media coverage and amidst all the sound and fury, Pfizer has managed to avoid scrutiny of its previous criminal conduct and is universally portrayed in the mainstream media as a benevolent enterprise whose mission is to nobly service humanity. In an effort to set the record straight, we embark upon a comprehensive historical examination of this company, which sprouted from humble beginnings into one of the most influential corporate behemoths walking the earth today.
That a spoonful.
Begins in New York City in 1849, when a pair of German immigrants, cousins, Charles Pfizer and Charles F. Earhart, received a $2,500 loan from Charles Pfizer's father to purchase a commercial building in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, where they would embark upon a joint business venture in the nascent chemical manufacturing industry. Charles Pfizer had been a pharmacist's apprentice in Germany and possessed commercial training as a chemist. Charles Earhart was a confectioner. Originally named Charles Pfizer and Company, the business would initially focus on the production of chemical compounds. Their first product was a pharmaceutical called Santonin, which was used to treat parasitic worms. Combining their talents, the cousins housed their product within tasty confections, such as candy lozenges and toffee-flavored sugar cream cones. The strategy proved to be a success, setting the stage for the company's future development. The drug Santonin would be used as an anthelmintic up until the 1950s, when it fell out of favor due to noted toxic effects which posed serious risks to patients. Pfizer would quickly expand into the realm of fine chemicals for commercial sale to wholesalers and retailers. In 1862, Pfizer would become the first US company to domestically produce tartaric acid and cream of tartar. With the outbreak of the American Civil War, a massive need for painkillers and antiseptics erupted, creating a, quote, opportunity for the pharmaceutical industry. Pfizer quickly expanded its production of both, as well as iodine, morphine, chloroform, camphor, and mercurials. By 1868, Pfizer revenues had doubled, and its product line had increased substantially.
Wait, what I hear is there was a horrible event, and then this company, benefited from it. You there, Doc?
Yeah.
That's what I hear. They already was putting poison in the candy for the damn kids, and they were successful at that. But then they had trouble, and then a major event happens that was a horrible event, and then they freaking start making money again, like blowing up.
The big boon for the company would come in the 1880s with its production of industrial-grade citric acid, widely used in soft drinks like Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper. This would become the company's centerpiece and drive their growth for decades. Another fortuitous change for the, quote, small New York firm would
They put citric acid in everything.
arrive in 1919, when their scientists would pioneer and develop a deep tank fermentation process, the principles of which would later be applied to the production of penicillin. This prowess in fermentation and large-scale pharmaceutical production would put Pfizer in a lead position in World War II when the US government appealed to the pharma industry for support in producing penicillin for the war effort. As penicillin prices and usage declined post-World War II, Pfizer began searching for more profitable antibiotics. The move into commercial production of antibiotics signaled a pivot in Pfizer's business model. The company's operations shifted from a fine chemicals manufacturer to research-based pharmaceuticals, giving birth to Pfizer's new drug discovery program, which focused on in vitro synthesis. In 1950, Pfizer would develop its first proprietary pharmaceutical product, terramycin, a broad-spectrum antibiotic. By 1951, Pfizer had established offices in Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, England, Mexico, Panama, and Puerto Rico. As their power and profits mushroomed, Pfizer would augment their portfolio through various acquisitions and entries into multiple areas of research and development, including an animal health division. While the Pfizer pharmaceutical kingdom expanded, questions about salacious business practices began to surface.
There they go at the damn song again. Was that song in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? It was in some movie.
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins, that's what it was.
If you hold the cursor over the time bar, you can probably. Oh, you don't get the pop up.
Yeah,
I get a pop up. I get a pop up when it's on my own.
For the time stamps.
Yeah.
Helps the medicine go down. The medicine.
I just do that and slide it ahead until the picture doesn't have that on it anymore.
Despite portraying itself as a righteous corporate citizen, Pfizer is no stranger to controversies and scandals. As early as 1958, it was one of 6 drug companies accused of price fixing by the Federal Trade Commission. In 1961, the Justice Department filed criminal antitrust charges against Pfizer, American Cyanamid, Bristol Myers, accusing top executives of charging egregiously high prices and monopolizing the production and distribution of drugs.
Wow. Don't that sound familiar? Price fixing, monopolizing. What did she say? Hold on. Let me take that back.
American Cyanamid, Bristol Myers, accusing top executives of charging egregiously high prices and monopolizing the production and distribution of drugs.
And monopolizing the production and distribution.
Dating back to 1953. In 1963, the FTC ruled that the accused companies in its 1958 complaint did in fact rig antibiotic prices. They also noted that, quote, unclean hands and bad faith played a major role in Pfizer being granted the tetracycline patent. By the 1960s, Pfizer was at their most diversified point in history, with interests ranging from pills to perfume and petrochemicals to pet products. The company's shift towards bringing out new products culminated with the establishment of the Central Research Division in the early 1970s, with a full 15% of company revenue directed to this department. This focus on innovation by Pfizer brought about the development of blockbuster drugs described as drugs that generate at least $1 billion in revenue a year for the pharmaceutical companies that produce them.
Damn.
While these drugs can be extremely profitable, for pharmaceutical companies, this business model presents certain long-term problems. Beyond the time and money that goes into the development of these blockbusters, companies run into the exigencies of patent issues. The patent window of 20 years is seen as a severe limitation by pharma, as it often takes a full decade to bring a new drug to market, shortening both the time allowed to reclaim profits from development costs and the time allotted to reap maximum profits from the new product. Due to patent laws, the success of blockbuster drugs is often short-lived, and reliance on blockbusters means that if a product fails, the consequences for the company can be catastrophic. Using this current business model, the need for a pharmaceutical company to produce blockbuster drugs on an ongoing basis is difficult to overstate. They will go to great lengths to protect their golden goose. Accompanying this string of blockbusters was a massive surge in the company's fortunes in tandem with a procession of controversial products, felony offences, and multiple fines, including the largest criminal fine in US history. Pfizer's first blockbuster drug, the anti-inflammatory Feldene, would also become one of its initial contentious products. Pfizer submitted a new drug application for Feldene to the FDA in March 1978 and again in May 1980. The applications were rejected due to poor testing protocols. In September 1981, Pfizer resubmitted an application to the FDA using old data. Multiple questions surrounding Feldene, including the route taken towards its ultimate approval, would make it one of Project Censored top, quote, censored news stories in 2015. In that story, it was noted then, while the FDA was still considering the application, Pfizer sponsored a reception at the meeting of the American Rheumatism Association in Boston and showed a film promoting Feldene, which the FDA said was illegal. Nevertheless, on April 6, 1982, the FDA approved Feldene for use in the US.
Really?
Feldene would become Pfizer's most lucrative product to date. Questions about the drug quickly surfaced. By 1986, the FDA was being petitioned to relabel the drug due to serious concerns about its long half-life and tendency to accumulate in the blood. The watchdog organisation Public Citizen Health Research Group would later charge that this widely prescribed arthritis drug created risks of gastrointestinal bleeding among the elderly, citing reports of 2,621 adverse events and as many as 182 deaths among patients taking the drug. PCHRG requested that the FDA ban Feldene for patients 60 and over as an imminent hazard to the public health. Dr. Sidney Wolfe, director of the PCHRG, stated, at least 1.75 million elderly American people now receiving this drug are at risk of developing life-threatening gastrointestinal reactions. The National Council of Senior Citizens urged the FDA to take the drug completely off the market. Wolfe would later cite internal documents from Pfizer voicing concerns about the drug. By 1995, he would call for a complete ban on the drug for all ages. This was just the beginning of a series of high-profile scandals and legal problems which would come to define business as usual for Pfizer.
I'm getting tired, and I know I'm probably putting y'all to sleep with this. This is interesting to me. I'm gonna watch this myself later, but it's 27 minutes.
I've known of a couple of shady things that they've done, but some of those I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I want to check this out later. Let's read some comments. It says, source for the 11 billion fine claim. Another comment says, source LOL. So I guess they're saying this stuff is not sourced well. Another comment says, from my article on corporate power last fall, meanwhile, Pfizer has been tussling with the European Parliament, which convened a special committee in March 2022, tasked with looking into EU's pandemic response. Late this last month, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla backed out of his prior agreement to testify before the committee, following revelations of possible impropriety in his vaccine contract negotiations with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. In September, the European Court of Auditors published a report causing the European Commission of refusing to reveal the details of Commission President Ursula von der Leyen negotiations with Pfizer, including minutes, names of experts consulted, agreed terms, or any other evidence. Furthermore, most EU parliamentarians, including COVID committee members, have no idea how much EU paid Pfizer for their shots. No way of finding out. National news. So they don't know how much they paid them. And they're not telling. Another comment says the medical industry complex at play here, huge lobby in DC, and they pretty much own the political system. That's what I've been saying. Another comment, they practically own the media as well. Just look up the top 10 advertisers on NBC, MSNBC, CBS, ABC. Notice a pattern. So they're saying that the pharmaceutical company is the top 10 advisors on these news media outlets. And it would be, and it would make sense for them to do that, you know. They're not MSNBC, NBC, CBS, ABC. They're not going to say anything bad about a company that's giving them that much money.
Yeah, I mean, I personally am along with most of the rest of the world in saying that they need to take these drug ads off of media.
Yeah, they should not be on the damn TV.
We have turned doctors into dealers.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the most money-making, best CO2 reduction, universal drug, paper-producing, oil-producing plant on the planet is completely illegal in half the freaking world.
Craziness. Let me read this comment. It says, at what point do we put a serial killer in prison for life? Is it after 3, 20, 100K, or perhaps 1 million cases? Asking for a friend. Another one, it says, the politicians were funded by Pfizer, corruption at its finest. Another comment, it says, not in India. So did India not take the Pfizer?
I think India went with the Russian one. I'm not sure. I'm 100%. They may have developed their own. I mean, if anyone could, those are some smart motherfuckers over there. But yeah, India did things a little different from everywhere else in the world, if I remember correctly. I mean, well, let's put it this way. I don't remember us talking a lot about India while all this was going on.
Yeah, I don't remember talking about India either. I just tried to do a Google search and a whole bunch of stuff not related to my search popped up. No fucking wonder. And I don't feel like digging. Let me see. Yeah. Let me read another one. It says, please tell me it's true they lied about mRNA and they will actually be held accountable for what they've done. Good luck with that.
Oh no, it's the new standard. They're wanting to move the yearly flu virus. They're wanting to rework it in the new mRNA style.
Another comment says, don't understand how they are still in business. Another one that says, they are serial felons. When does the three strike law come into play? I really need to, let's watch a little bit of it, because like, what other stuff did they get in trouble for? And why hadn't I heard of this stuff before?
Well, it's real simple. You get caught, you pay your fine, you switch your CEO out. Meanwhile, everyone below the CEO operation is normal.
Right. You know, but most other companies, when they really get in big trouble, they change their name. So if Pfizer still has the same name.
Yeah, but look at all these other companies. All they do when the CEO gets in trouble, they just hire a new one.
Yeah.
They don't have to change their name that way. The hell, I would love to be the CEO for a year of a company just to take the fall for them, just for the severance package.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you get golden parachutes, you get paid to get fired, and you're gonna get hired. You're gonna get hired.
To me, stupid money is $3 or $4 million, man. Come on, some company can hire me for a year and pay me more than that.
And you're gonna get hired by somebody else in the same industry, because you have had access to certain information and certain data and shit, and they're gonna want that shit.
Hell, I'll sign an NDA. I'll be happy. Just give me my fucking money.
It's crazy.
And its 1958 complaint.
Give me 5, give me 7. I'm not asking for much in the large scheme of all that crap. My payout would be a hell of a lot cheaper than some of these guys.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to blame you, and I can't even say that I wouldn't do the same, given the opportunity.
Did in fact rig antibiotic prices. They also noted unclean hands and bad faith played a major role in Pfizer being granted the tetracycline patent. By the 1960s, Pfizer was at their most diversified point in history, with interests ranging from pills to perfume and petrochemicals to pet products. The company's shift towards bringing out new products culminated with the establishment of the Central Research Division in the early
Hold on.
drugs described as drugs.
We saw that part.
Companies run into the exigencies of patent issues, maximum profits from their new product, due to protect their golden goose. And again in May 1980, the applications were rejected due to at the meeting of the American Rheumatism Association and tendency to accumulate in the blood. The watchdog organization Public Citizen as an imminent hazard to the public. Wolf would later cite internal documents from Pfizer voicing concerns about the drug. By 1995, he would call for a complete ban on the drug for all ages. This was just the beginning of a series of high-profile scandals and legal problems which would come to define business as usual for Pfizer. Reports of serious issues surrounding a heart valve produced by Pfizer's Shiley division began to plague the company. This would result in the cessation of production of all models of the faulty valves by 1986. A 1991 FDA task force charged that Shiley withheld information about safety problems from regulators in order to get initial approval of its valves. A November 7, 1991 investigation in the Wall Street Journal asserted that Shiley had deliberately falsified manufacturing records relating to valve fractures. These fractures resulted in catastrophic consequences for numerous patients. By 2012, it was reported that 663 individuals had died as a result of these defective valves.
Damn.
Pfizer ultimately agreed to pay between $165 million and $215 million to settle lawsuits related to the Bjork-Shiley convexo-concave heart valve. The company would also agree to pay $10.75 million to settle Justice Department charges that it lied to regulators in seeking approval for the valves. The parade of corrupt practices and legal problems that has come to define this pharmaceutical leviathan was just getting underway, as Pfizer would be cited and prosecuted for a litany of illegal acts, ranging from price fixing, product safety, bribery, advertising and marketing scandals, all the way to environmental and human rights violations. In 1999, Pfizer pled guilty to criminal antitrust charges and agreed to pay fines totaling $20 million. Pfizer was charged with participating in a conspiracy to raise and fix prices and allocate market shares in the US for a food preservative called sodium erythorbate, and to allocate customers and territories for a flavoring agent called maltol.
How come their fines are so small? Like each time they're like $20 million. And she said earlier that their whole business model is to come up with a drug that's going to make like $1 billion a year. So 20 million versus $1 billion, like that's a freaking drop in the damn bucket.
2000, the Washington Post published a 6-part expose accusing Pfizer of testing a dangerous experimental antibiotic, trovafloxacin, trade name Trovan, on children in Nigeria without receiving proper consent from their parents. Trovan was slated to become Pfizer's next blockbuster drug, according to Wall Street analysts, who claimed Pfizer might reap $1 billion a year if Trovan could gain approval for all its potential uses. Unable to find enough patients in the United States, its researchers went to Kano, Nigeria. This unapproved clinical trial on 200 Nigerian children resulted in the death of 11 children, with many more, it is alleged, later suffering serious side effects, ranging from organ failure to brain damage. In 2001, Pfizer was sued by 30 Nigerian families who accused the company of using their children as human guinea pigs. The families contended that Pfizer violated the Nuremberg Code, UN human rights standards, and other ethical guidelines, alleging that Pfizer exposed the children to cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. In 2009, after years of legal battles, Pfizer agreed to pay $75 million to settle some of the lawsuits that had been brought in Nigerian courts. Trovan never...
$75 million. Another freaking drop in the damn bucket for them. Like, as long as they have to pay these little fines like that, I mean, the cost of doing business, like, I don't think they really care how many people they kill or people die or whatever the hell, they get all messed up. They just have to pay their little low fine and they make their $1 billion a year. You know, this kind of stuff makes me not want to take. I already don't like to take drugs, you know, and I don't want them to be cutting on me either, like surgeries and shit. Like, this just makes you trust them so much less when you know they don't really care about your life and they're just trying to make money.
It became the blockbuster that Pfizer had envisaged, telling its stockholders it had suffered a disappointment with their experimental meningitis drug. Trovan was never approved for use by children in the United States. Production was halted, and the European Union banned it in 1999. In 2002, Pfizer agreed to pay $49 million to settle charges that one of its subsidiaries defrauded the federal Medicaid program by overcharging for its cholesterol-lowering drug Lipitor. In 2003,
Oh, I remember this. This was big in the news, the Lipitor thing. So what did they say? Only $49 million? Again, another freaking drop in the damn bucket. And then there you go with a government agency kind of involved in it because they were saying they were overcharging Medicaid or whatever. And who's on Medicaid? Like poor folks. So they don't care.
Pfizer paid $6 million to settle with 19 states, which accused the company of using misleading ads to promote the antibiotic Zithromax, also called Z-Pak, used for children's ear infections. The claim alleged that Pfizer overstated the benefits and efficiency of Zithromax when compared to other comparable antibiotics.
They tried to give that shit to me. I remember that Z-Pak shit because my daughter had problems. I remember them trying to give that shit to me. I don't know. I may have even used that shit because I remember that.
In 2004, Pfizer agreed to a $60 million settlement in a class action suit brought by users of a diabetic medication developed by Warner Lambert, which Pfizer acquired in 2000. The drug Rezulin had been withdrawn from the market after numerous patients died from acute liver failure, said to be caused by the drug. In 2004, Pfizer agreed to halt ads for its painkiller Celebrex, and the following year admitted that 1999 clinical trials found that elderly patients taking the drug were far more likely to incur risks of heart problems. 2004 also saw Pfizer plead guilty to 2 felonies and pay $430 million in penalties for fraudulently promoting the epilepsy blockbuster drug Neurontin for unapproved uses, claiming it could also be used for bipolar disorder, pain, migraine headaches, and drug and alcohol withdrawal. Pfizer's underhanded tactics included bribing doctors with luxury trips and monies to promote the drug and planting operatives at medical education events. Documents later came to light suggesting that Pfizer arranged for delays in the publication of scientific studies that undermined its claim for the other uses of Neurontin. In one example, it was found that a Neurontin team leader at Pfizer stated, "I think we can limit the potential downside of the 224 study by delaying publication for as long as possible." In 2010, a federal jury found that Pfizer committed racketeering fraud in its marketing of Neurontin. The judge in the case subsequently ordered the company to pay $142 million in damages. In 2005, Pfizer withdrew its painkiller Bextra from the market after the FDA cited inadequate information on possible heart risks from long-term use of the drug, as well as life-threatening skin reactions, including deaths. That same year, the FDA approved a black box warning on Pfizer's other blockbuster painkiller, Celebrex, citing elevated risks of cardiovascular events and life-threatening gastrointestinal bleeding.
Damn, they love causing you to have gastrointestinal bleeding, huh? That seems like a reoccurring thing that happens as a side effect to their drugs. Freaking, what, 2 felonies they already said? At least the fines got bigger. Go ahead.
Dude, I heard 3 different drugs the other day, and it's because I was listening to them watching commercial TV. 3 different drugs, side effects up to and including death. No, seriously, they said that shit out loud during the commercial because they had to. 3 different ones. Every single one, I think 7 over the course of a few hours, were all, they suppress your immune system, so don't take if you have a cold, might have a cold, have sex, breathe, eat,
I don't get
mostly of liquid or
I'm
human
saying
being.
it's what is the like cost effectiveness or whatever? Like, You know, if death is a possible side effect of the damn drug, then what is, you know, I don't get it. Like, as far as what is the risk? I mean, you're risking death to gain what? Like, what is the thing that makes it worth that risk?
Well, and here we go back to the Fauci ouchie.
Man.
Again, the company that we're talking about right now. Celebrex. I know so many people that were on Celebrex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they love to mess with your gastrointestinal tract.
Well, then again, you know, most people don't realize that potato chips since the 80s, if you read them, may cause anal leakage. I am not shitting you. Look at some of them.
I don't eat potato chips, so that don't scare me. So I don't eat them shits.
Once in a while, I get the old craving, and I'll get some chips.
I done beat. It is something that they put in that shit that makes you want to keep eating them. But I took them out of my diet years ago, and I don't crave them anymore.
Right now, I've got some ghost pepper and cheddar chips.
I haven't had chips.
Like a good flavor.
I haven't ate chips in years.
Black pepper and ketchup, because I hadn't seen those flavors. I'll give them a try and then probably never eat them again.
I don't buy them for my kids either. I don't let them eat them. We don't.
And I'll eat like 2 handfuls, and that's it. The rest of the bag is going to go to waste, or I'm going to give it away.
We don't eat potato chips around here. We don't do it. It's the worst. Those things are the worst. And like, you see families that have high blood pressure and are overweight. A lot of it is the damn potato chips. I noticed that shit years ago. It was like, I look at the families.
When I lost my weight, when I lost, 150 pounds, I lost my taste for potatoes. Almost every kind of potatoes.
Well, I still eat potatoes every now and then, but
Well,
I don't
see,
eat
I
potato
do
chips.
like chili cheese fries. I like to use curly fries and make chili cheese fries out of them.
But I hardly ever eat French fries too. Like I hardly ever eat those. Like if I go get a burger, I still buy burgers every now and then.
I buy the burger by itself.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I
just
don't
get the
get the
burger.
Coke.
I don't get the fries.
Yeah.
I don't want the fries.
Once in a while, I will get the cheddar stuffed jalapenos at Jack in the Box because, well, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, those are addictive too. Like the peppers, the jalapeno poppers and shit that they have them at different places. Like those, I will eat those every now and then. Like them, like
Yeah,
they're too fucking good.
Yeah, now it's every now and then, maybe once every month or two. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to drink some beer tonight. Those jalapeno poppers are going to be good.
Yeah, man, them things are good. I ain't gonna lie. I like every now and then. I think I do crave them, and that's what's so bad.
And the cheddar stuffed ones, not the cream cheese.
Yeah, it's gotta be cheese. I don't like the cream cheese. It needs to be real cheese. Well, it don't be real cheese, but
cheddar,
not the cream cheese. Yeah, like they have some good ones at churches. I want to say it's churches that has some little jalapeno poppers that I freaking.
Oh yeah, those are the little ones. Those are like diced up and balled up, but Jack in the Box actually has like the half a jalapeno with the cheddar stuffed in it, and then with the big fry on it.
Yeah, I used to work at Jack in the Box when I was in high school, and I used to eat them shits. But
Jack in the Box is actually one of the only burger places I kind of go to anymore.
I've been eating Smash Burger. That's where I go now. There's one right down the street here, right here.
Yeah, but they close early.
Yeah, they do. They close early, like 7 or 8 o'clock. So yeah, once a week I've been eating Smash Burgers, usually on Monday.
Dude, go down Corporate almost to Harwin. There's a place on the left just after you go underneath West Park. On the left, it's a mom and pop burger place called Texas Hamburger Palace.
I know exactly where you're talking about because right over there, there's a water place over there where you get this like alkaline water or whatever. It's like right across the street, kind of down a little bit from where you're saying. I never noticed that burger place, but I know exactly where you're talking about because that water place is right there. And I used to go there all the time to get this alkaline water or whatever.
Dude, that place has been in business since before 92. Good place. There is good, actually, Bubba's Buffalo Shack, the little blue building down near Rice and West Park. They're not as good as they used to be. Over there by, it used to be a Best Buy. Now it's Micro Centers down there.
Do you know that water place that I'm talking about? I can't think of the name of
Not
it.
offhand. I don't pay attention to those alkaline, non-alkaline water places. I do know that there's about 3 different of those old windmill places for water that they used to put up in the parking lots.
Yeah. This one is not like that. It's like it's a storefront and you go inside. They do have some fountains right outside of the building because it's all comes from their system inside of the building. So they don't have like the windmill thing. I used to do those too, but this is like different, you know, it's a little pricey, but you know, not all.
I don't do all those alkaline water, this, that, and the other things. You got to control the alkaline in your body. You should do it through your diet, not your water.
Well, I don't do it anymore, but you know, I would drive over there to go get that. And I did that for a long time. That's why I know exactly where you're
If
talking
it tastes really, really good and you like it, that means you're missing something in your diet, not your hydration.
Well, it did taste really good, and I really did like it a lot. And I could feel a difference. And freaking, like I was gonna say, is like I used to drink a lot of water. I still do, but now I've learned more stuff. So I just put lemon in my water. Like I just get whatever water and I just put lemons in it, and that's how I drink it. A lot of times I drink it hot. You know,
I drink a lot more soda water. And not soda, not sodas.
I know what you
just
mean.
Bubble water.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Bubbles. Yeah, so but yeah, I used to drink a lot of water, and like I noticed that the waters are not the same. Like just from my taste buds, how I could taste the difference. When you drink a lot of water, you can taste the difference, you know.
I can taste the difference in the source springs and groundwater that they come from.
Yeah, I could taste it.
I don't like anything from the greater Houston area or north. Sugarland's pretty good because most of their drinking water comes from a lake. And it doesn't have the groundwater problem.
Yeah.
But Ozarka, when I got here in 92, Ozarka, or I had come down from Longview, which is right near, which is a lot closer to Arkansas. And the Ozarka that I got was from the Arkansas Springs.
Yeah.
When I get down here to Houston, the Ozarka comes from a spring they bought in Spring, Texas. And it tastes just like the same groundwater that they get the Houston tap water from.
Yeah, because that's what they do. And they might boil it or something. You could taste chlorine in those water.
I can taste the same ground minerals in Ozarka spring water that I taste in the Houston tap water.
Well, the minerals is good. Like some of the waters, when you taste the mineral, that's good. When it's kind of a little, it's kind. I guess
But
the best
I am
description
not.
is
But I
metallic.
don't like the taste though.
Yeah, but
of
those
Hu- of
waters
the
are
Houston
good.
area groundwater.
They're good for you. The ones that the ones that taste kind of minerally,
Well,
not the Houston.
spring water in general.
Yeah,
Fiji water is okay, but it's a little chewy.
I don't like the Fiji water. I don't like it at all.
It's chewy. It's a
It's
volcano.
way overpriced, and it's not. It's not. I don't like it. I don't like the way it tastes. It's like,
Truthfully, my
and it don't make me
favorite
feel
is
good.
Crystal Glacier. It comes from Iceland.
Yeah.
You can get it in bulk, like at Big Lots and Dollar Tree.
Let's play a little more of this Pfizer video.
Yeah.
In 2007, Pfizer agreed to pay $34.7 million to settle federal charges relating to the marketing of its Genotropin human growth hormone. Pharmacia and Upjohn Company, a Pfizer subsidiary, agreed to pay $19.7 million for offering a kickback to a pharmacy benefit manager to sell more of the drug, while Pfizer agreed to pay another $15 million for promotion of Genotropin for users not approved by the FDA. In 2008, Pfizer paid out a whopping $894 million fine to settle lawsuits alleging that its withdrawn Bextra painkiller and widely used Celebrex arthritis drug harmed US patients and defrauded consumers.
At least the fines got bigger.
$745 million of the total was set aside to resolve personal injury claims. The very next year, 2009, Pfizer was fined $2.3 billion, gaining the dubious distinction of being tagged with the largest healthcare settlement in history. GlaxoSmithKline would up the ante with a $3 billion settlement in 2012. The fine was a combination of civil and criminal settlements relating to Pfizer's allegedly illegal promotion of certain drugs, most notably Bextra. Pfizer pled guilty to misbranding the painkiller Bextra with the intent to defraud or mislead, promoting the drug to treat acute pain at dosages the FDA had previously deemed dangerously high.
Wow. So how
She's
horrible?
busted out with the sources too and showing the headlines. I love it.
Yes, it's great. And how horrible do you have to do something to get a $3 billion freaking fine or whatever? Like, wow, like that's huge. That's actually something.
How many people had to die or have their lives ruined
Yeah.
for that much money to be put on a company that makes that much donations to politicians?
Yeah. Yeah.
Justice Department also noted Pfizer had allegedly paid kickbacks to compliant doctors and promoted 3 other drugs illegally: the antipsychotic Gedin, an antibiotic Zyvox, and the anti-epileptic drug Lyrica. When
Now, what happened
interviewed
to
by the
those
New York
doctors?
Times, former
Yeah, I wonder, did they get in trouble?
I'm
Did they go to
sorry,
jail?
if you are found to take
You should
money,
never be able to practice again. Ever. You're done.
I'm mixed on something like that. I think they should be able to be practiced, but be under supervision.
No. Because you've
You can't
shown that you don't have integrity.
you can't negate the skill over a bad decision. They still have skills, talents, and knowledge that are rare amongst society. And that is why a lot of doctors get by with what they do. Or even better yet, why don't we start, if you want to work in public medicine instead of private medicine, how about we help you pay for those loans, which puts you at that point where you're seeking every penny you can? How about we find a way to subsidize your medical insurance to where you're not paying $500,000 to $1 million a year just so you have insurance in case you make a mistake?
I'm with
That's
that.
why these guys are willing to take these kickbacks. That's why they're willing to take the money and sell something they may not believe in, because
That's
so
the system.
that's why I'm saying
I agree with that.
I can't fault them in a way, but they violated their Hippocratic oath.
Yes, that's where I say they need to go.
Personally,
Man, no,
but
it's a wrap.
like I said,
Do something else for a living.
but those skills that they've developed, the time they've spent at this, those are rare. We need more doctors. We need more people. And you can't just, that's cancel culture, man. They made a mistake. They're done. They can't work. Everything they've trained for all their life is no longer available to them.
Well, I mean,
Why don't we
worse
just
things-
put him in jail then?
Yeah, I'm with that too. I mean, worse things happen to little criminals who do little bitty things and go to jail for
No,
their whole
we're
life.
not talking about medical company here. We're talking about the doctors, the
Yeah,
ones that they convinced to take some payouts
yeah.
and
Well,
shit like that. The ones that are under the so you're okay with a guy walking in when he's hungry and stealing a steak, but not a guy who's completely submerged in all of this fucking debt in a small fucking town to take a little bit of extras for a medicine.
No, I'm because the guy who's taking the steak is not hurting nobody else, and nobody dying as a result of it. And
Okay,
nobody getting
fair enough on that, but we're also, like I said, though, you're canceling and destroying people with these skills. Where are we going to get these skills? Where are we going to get these people? Put them under supervision. We need to stop them from being in a position where this kind of decision is something that they're faced with. If they can't just look at them and go, fuck you, dude. If they can't just look at them and go, fuck no, then I don't want to smash them forever.
I agree with that the system needs to change, you know. Incentives need to be put in, you know, to incentivize them to do the right thing as opposed to doing the wrong thing.
I'm a conservative, what's considered a conservative guy that actually supports free medicine for all. But this is one of the things that needs to be addressed to get that. I mean, we got a lot of steps to go. And once we can get that bill down to reasonable, the money's in the system. We've proven that. If we can send all the money that we did to Ukraine, imagine if we could get medical cut down by 60%, hell, 40% would be enough that we could actually afford some real Medicare for all program, medicine for all.
I agree.
Even a crappy system.
Yeah, but the money is going in the wrong
get
direction.
That cost down. Yeah, it's going to BlackRock and Vanguard.
Yeah.
To Bill Gates and Soros.
Yes.
Soros should
Pfizer's
piss
sales
the whole world
representative,
off.
John-
You know what Soros should do? He should piss off the whole world. Take my friggin', or heck, just piss off America. Take mine and give it to every single person like you did the, split it evenly and give it to everyone like you did the COVID money.
Yeah.
Here, boom, everybody gets a few $1,000.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go out, that's how you say fuck the world.
What you gonna do with the money anyways? You gone.
Helped initiate the federal investigation, stated, "The whole culture of Pfizer is driven by sales, and if you didn't sell drugs illegally, you were not seen as a team player." The criminal fine of $1.195 billion still represents the largest criminal fine ever imposed in the United States for any matter.
So, but I got a problem with the criminal fine because if one of us did something that's criminal, something that's illegal, something that's against the law, then we're going to jail for it. No amount of money can we come up with will get us out of that. You know, so how come do these companies get it? You know, they get to get a get out of jail free card.
Because despite the fact that it's still civil and criminal, a corporate entity and a individual are two different things in the eyes of the law. This is covered under corporate law.
Yeah, and we've talked about this
it
before.
It can be criminal, but it doesn't mean people have to go to jail.
Yeah, we've talked about this on the show, but that, you know, it's still wrong. Freaking yes, the CEOs, whoever the hell, CFO, whoever knew.
It's a language difference.
Yeah, so
Well,
but still.
The thing is, you have to prove certain amount of things to hold a certain individual completely liable.
If they knew,
And there was, and look at it, man. There's been some people that have been held liable.
Yeah, if they knew, if the paperwork went across their desk and they signed it, and they were responsible for that data and that information, and that they should have known, then they should be. If the company's getting held criminally liable, then hold some individuals in that company criminally.
Why do you think Fauci's in hiding? He's done. He's out. He doesn't have the position anymore. He got paid. He's got his money. He got his fuck you money. He ran away. The only time you hear from them is when they call him up, and all he says is, "No, that's not exactly." Look, I was told to say this. This is what I said. I did the best I could. Later, guys.
Yeah. Let's play some more.
Even after entering an expansive corporate integrity agreement with the Office of Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services as part of the 2009 settlement, Pfizer's unprincipled and injurious behavior continued. The band played on. In 2010, the New York Times reported of Pfizer's admission it had paid around $20 million to 4,500 doctors and other medical professionals for consulting and speaking on its behalf in the last 6 months of 2009. The Times also mentioned Pfizer had paid $15.3 million to 250 academic medical centers and other research groups for clinical trials in the same period. In reference to the amounts disclosed by Pfizer, Dr. Marcia Angel, former editor of the New England Journal of Medicine and author of The Truth About the Drug Companies, How They Deceive Us and What to Do About It, while admitting she had no specific knowledge on the matter, believed the publicly revealed amounts Pfizer disclosed seemed low, stating, "I can't help but think something has escaped." In 2011, Pfizer agreed to pay $14.5 million to resolve False Claims Act accusations that it illegally marketed its bladder drug, Detrol. In 2012, the US Securities and Exchange Commission announced that it had reached a $45 million settlement with Pfizer to resolve charges that its subsidiaries had bribed overseas doctors and other healthcare professionals. The SEC alleged that employees and agents of Pfizer's subsidiaries in Bulgaria, China, Croatia, Czech Republic, Italy, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Serbia made improper payments to foreign officials to obtain regulatory and formulary approvals, sales, and increased prescriptions for the company's pharmaceutical products.
Pause. China is on that list. Russia is on that list. So they go to these other countries and they do their shady shit that they wouldn't be able to get away with over here, you know, and they pay off people, you know, stay quiet. Don't say nothing. It sounds really similar to, I wonder how, that's why I'm going to let this play out because it's only 6 minutes left in it, less than 6 minutes. And I wonder how close it's going to get to COVID with this because, yeah.
According to Kara Brockmeyer, chief of the SEC Enforcement Division's Foreign Corrupt Practices Act unit, Pfizer subsidiaries in several countries had bribery so entwined in their sales culture that they offered points and bonus programs to improperly reward foreign officials who proved to be their best customers.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
In 2012, Pfizer was hit with another massive fine, this time to settle claims that the side effects of its hormone replacement therapy, HRT drug, Prempro, cause breast cancer. Around 10,000 women filed a lawsuit against the company, alleging that the drug maker withheld information about the potential risks of breast cancer from HRTs. The $1.2 billion settlement came after 6 years of trials. In 2013, Pfizer agreed to a $288 million settlement for claims by 2,700 people that its smoking cessation drug, Chantix, caused suicidal thoughts and severe psychological disorders. The FDA had placed a black box.
Yeah, I remember the Chantix commercials too.
I know some people that were doing the Chantix stuff and got really dark and twisty.
Warning on Chantix, the highest safety-related warning assigned by the FDA to alert patients and doctors to the risk of psychiatric side effects, and noted that the drug is probably associated with a higher risk of a heart attack. Pharmaceutical companies make every effort to circumvent black box warnings as they generate bad publicity, negatively impacting the marketability of the drug in question, which leads to adverse financial consequences for the company. In 2016, after years of lobbying, Pfizer was able to get the FDA to lift the black box designation from Chantix in a 10-9 vote, giving the controversial blockbuster drug a new lease of life. In 2013, Pfizer reached a 30...
Was that Trump sitting right there? Hold on. Looks like Trump. Does that not look like Trump right there? Am I tripping?
Back it up a little bit more.
It doesn't show nothing but the back of his head like
No,
that.
but to where she's talking about it.
As they generate bad publicity, negatively impacting the marketability of the drug in question, which leads to adverse financial consequences for the company. In 2016, after years of lobbying, Pfizer was able to get the FDA to lift the black box designation from Chantix in a 10-9 vote, giving the controversial blockbuster drug a new lease of life. In 2013, Pfizer reached a $35 million settlement relating to the alleged improper marketing and promotion of the immunosuppressive drug Rapamune, while announcing that he, along with 40 other state attorneys general, had arrived at the settlement. New York Attorney General Eric T. Schneiderman remarked, "There has to be one set of rules for everyone, no matter how rich or powerful, and that includes big pharmaceutical companies that make unapproved and unsubstantiated claims about products in order to boost profits." While this list of Pfizer's corporate crimes is prodigious by any measure of shady business practices, it is far from exhaustive. In total, Pfizer has accumulated $10,945,838,549 in penalties, incurring 96 violations since 2000, covering a wide range of offences.
Spoonful of sugar. Makes the medicine go down.
Despite Pfizer's portfolio of corporate crimes rivaling any of the most corrupt companies in history, Pfizer would become the corporate celebrity of the global COVID vaccine program and benefit handsomely from the COVID-19 vaccine, which became the highest selling pharmaceutical product in a single year. 2022 revenues for the pharma giant would reach an all-time single-season high of $100.3 billion, with COVID-19 vaccine sales accounting for nearly 38% of these revenues. While Pfizer was basking in the glow of mainstream media cheerleading and record-setting profits, honest inquiries into the company's unremitting record of corruption were kept from view. During the COVID crisis, we were told we must, quote, trust in Pfizer to vaccinate the world and save humanity. Given Pfizer's documented record, any reasonable person would ask, is this a company that belongs behind the wheel of the most widespread mass vaccination campaign in history? Is this a company we should trust with experimental medical technology and to be in control of the most radical mass medical experiment in human history?
No.
How was it that a company which habitually engaged in such illegal practices was able to reinvent itself as the savior of humanity? In a June 12, 2008 ceremony at the original Pfizer manufacturing site in Brooklyn, New York, the American Chemical Society designated Pfizer's development of deep tank fermentation as a National Historic Chemical Landmark. At that commemoration, then president of Pfizer Global Manufacturing, Natal Ricciardi, told attendees, "We have always had a very noble mission," while cryptically lamenting, "A lot of things have changed at Pfizer, and unfortunately, we had to make certain decisions. But the nobility of what we do, the nobility of what has been done and continues to be done, has never changed and will never change." All these years later, and despite Mr. Ricciardi's insistence on Pfizer's magnanimity, a thinking person might look through the company's checkered catalogue and recognize that noble experiments are hardly the realm of, quote, alleged serial felons like Pfizer.
Yeah, I think you could read between the lines on what he was saying. You know, what we do is the same. It hasn't changed. Okay, yeah, we could clearly see that. You know, freaking, that's so crazy. How the hell did they get in position to be able to, you know, be one of the manufacturers of this COVID vaccine, you know, after all of that history?
Because they bought the World Health Organization.
That is a crazy
because
story.
the guy who had the largest voice in the United States and one of the biggest voices in the world about the whole situation was paid for by him, by them.
That's crazy,
Because
man.
they were actually the ones that were paying for the research in that particular lab near that particular market where it all started in the first place.
It's crazy.
So they were funding gain of function research for something that somehow they managed to come up with the best way of handling it first, and have now come up with tell you what, we have this thing, if you got symptoms and test positive, we can knock it out in 3 days.
And I'm just sitting here thinking about how much things have changed. When I was a little kid, I remember when my mom used to give me castor oil. Like, seemed like for everything.
Well, you can't complain about how you feel when you run to the toilet every 5 minutes. And that also keeps you out of her way.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. So it says, Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine became the highest selling pharmaceutical in history.
Yet everyone got it for free, so how can they say it was sold, right?
Somebody had to pay. You already know. That's what we say. There ain't no free lunch.
You would think we had some sort of a credit, considering all the money we paid to help them research it, right?
Yeah, you would think. You know, the people should have became the investors, and then they should have got freaking dividends.
You know what? They could have used the Social Security fund to buy stock in Pfizer, so Pfizer had the money to do that. And that way, when it all went up, no more Social Security problem, right?
Right? Forever, everybody could get paid, and we'll never have a problem.
All we gotta do is get over the population bubble from the boomer generation, which we're starting to. If they had not been taking money out of the Social Security all this time, it would have been really, really tight, but there would have been enough money and it would have started making a profit.
Mm-hmm.
But because every pet project that every senator has, they go, well, look at all this money in Social Security. And we don't have to tax the base. We can just take the interest out. Well, compound interest is how it's supposed to pay all this shit off.
It says Pfizer on February 8th reported $36.8 billion in 2021 sales for its COVID-19 vaccine, making it the highest selling pharmaceutical product in a single year. 3 things to know. In 2021, Pfizer hauled in $7.8 billion in U.S. COVID-19 vaccine sales and $29 billion in international sales. The second highest sales of pharmaceutical product in a single year also came in 2021, as AbbVie raked in $20.7 billion for its rheumatoid arthritis drug Humira. And Pfizer controls about 70% of the COVID-19 vaccine market in the U.S. and Europe, according to Endpoint News. So they were the big dogs. Everybody else was smaller. The other shots, because if they said 70% of U.S. and Europe markets, these are the big dogs. Ain't nobody got a bigger share than them.
And Humira is one I still see on TV.
That people are suing about now, right?
No, I don't know if they're suing about, but they're
still on sale.
saying they raked in $20 billion. I remember in that block of medicine ads, Humira was one of those that I saw.
Yeah, so they're still raking in the cash, basically. So full year 2022 revenues of 100.3 billion, an all-time high for Pfizer, reflecting 30% of operational growth. So 2022 was the biggest year Pfizer ever had in its history of existence. You know, these people, they cashed in on this situation. And then, you know, we're all talking.
They had a head start. I mean, they were funding the gain of function research that just happened to be what got out in the public.
And people are, so that's what's crazy, you know. So it's like, did they, you know, did they plan? Was that the whole plan? And then the other side is related to the side effects that's happening, that they're suppressing, you know, related to the shot.
You know, I asked the other day, not on, you know, amongst our public channel, you know, actually I asked it in a different chat show, but, you know, did the Fauci-Ouchie come because of the virus, or did the virus bring the Fauci-Ouchie?
Yeah.
You know, which one, we know which one came first, but was it connected? Did the beer virus get out so we would take the Fauci-Ouchie? Or was the Fauci-Ouchie actually a response to the beer virus?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm talking in code because that sound clip can get this one shut down.
Yeah. And so who's to know? Who's to know? You know, what we do know is that a lot of people cashed in and got rich as hell, you know, out of this situation. You know, we also know a lot of people died. We also know there's been a lot of side effects. And this company has you know, a reputation of like injuring its freaking clients and having shady business practices.
And I don't care what anyone wants to argue with me, the release of the original Ouchie was the mass test that normally has to be approved. Normally done amongst a few thousand people and stuff like that. They just said, you did it amongst 100 here, 100 there. You don't have any data over male, female, racial lines, things. Okay, close enough. You got enough people who've done it. Get it out there to everybody.
They rushed it like a mug. What's in the news heavy is Tucker did an interview with Ice Cube, and Cube was talking about how much money he lost as a result of not wanting to take the shot. You know?
Yeah, he passed up a $7 million payday to do a movie because he would have had to take the vaccination to be able to make it.
Right. Yeah, so Tucker was interviewing him, and they were talking about that. And
dude, I got an offer to do a voiceover.
Oh yeah,
but I got to cross the picket line to do it.
Yeah, you was telling me on the other show.
Well, from what I found out, I decided I'm definitely not going to do it because the offer is not tied to a specific title. It's tied to the department. Meaning I'm going in for the animation department. I'm not going in for this show or that show or the other.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could get me screwed of having a staff job, but it could also be me going in, spending a few hours, and then just making an AI of my voice and never having to pay me again.
Yeah. So it said Moderna and Pfizer reveal secret blueprints for coronavirus vaccine trials. It says the company hoped to earn the trust of the public and of scientists who have clamored for details of the studies. They hope to earn the trust of the public. Well, good luck with that. I don't think that worked out for you, but I guess it doesn't really matter. You still had $100 billion paycheck for 1 year.
It obviously worked out. The government trusted them. The people trusted them. To the point where our president said that if you don't take the Fauci ouchie, you are one of the greatest threats to our democracy today.
Well, I don't think it came down to trust. I think it came down to people being forced, because we were just talking about the Ice Cube interview. How many other
No, absolutely. I agree. I agree with you. But they, like I said, they obviously got the government to trust them. We're not talking about Pfizer trying to get us to trust them. We're talking about the people that trusted them enough to strong arm the government and the world.
And maybe some of that
have a choice to trust or not.
And maybe some of that trust that the government had something to do with the kickbacks that they were known to have done in the past, to individuals. Shit, if you know you're finna make $100 billion freaking paycheck, you got a whole bunch of money to kick out to pay kickbacks. You get the right people. You pay the right people.
Even if you just drop 10% off of it, that's $10 billion. That's stupid money. That's not fuck you money. That's stupid money.
And who's going to turn that down?
That's ignorant money.
Ignorant money. Ignorant. Who's going to turn that down? So you find the right people in the right positions of power and you slide them a freaking check to make sure your shit go through. Anyways, man, I'm going to have to wrap it. I meant to wrap it an hour ago. I was trying to get out of here by 3. Now it's almost 4. So you got any final words? Because I'm going to wrap it.
No, I'm good. Everything going on right now is nothing but distraction politics. I mean, I really want to know a little bit more about what's going on right now, because I knew your feed is directing you towards some dumb shit that you're like, why am I seeing this?
Yeah.
My feed is directing me toward dumb shit that's like, why am I seeing this? And if my right, my left sites are doing it, my middle sites doing it, that means something's going on.
Yeah.
Something that they mentioned, but they're burying.
Big, huge distractions.
All the while, Sky News in Australia is trolling the U.S. so hard. They are freaking hilarious, man.
I was trying to say that. I love that shit. And, yesterday I covered the UFO thing and how they had that, in Congress and the little questions that they were doing. And that kind of ties to what you was just saying, because, for me, it seems like the whole UFO thing is a huge distraction. But what are they distracting us from is the question. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, and the very fact that I'm not finding a bunch of stuff right now makes me a little more worried than normal. I'm more worried during a time of quiet than I am during the time of everybody yelling.
Yeah. It's like a parent when the kid's in the other room and it gets too quiet. Like you hear them bouncing off the walls and you're like, okay, they're okay. They're still alive or whatever. I mean, when it gets quiet, then you're like, what the fuck are they doing in there? Like, what the hell's going on? I need to go see now. I need to go check.
And it's that sudden loss. It's that sudden absence of sound.
Yeah.
It's not the fact that it got quiet or that it toned down. It's that all of a sudden the noise just stopped.
Yeah, something has happened. I need to go.
What
I
the
need to
fuck?
get
That
up.
ain't right.
I need to get up and go see what the hell these damn kids is doing. It's way too fucking suddenly quiet. The fuck are y'all doing in here? Yeah.
I just gotta
Anyways,
say one thing about a current position in the world right now on things. Most people don't realize that Gen X is about to be the old people. We're about to be the ones at the helm. The
Yeah.
ones that we raised to not give a fuck. The ones that we raised to actually survive in a world without all this technology and shit going on. And we're about to be put in control of the buttons that can take it all away.
Yeah.
And we're patient. We're willing to wait and see how things go.
Yeah.
But we're just as willing to pull the plug.
Yeah, I've seen
Because
so much change, and I know we can survive without these. I was recently thinking about the books that I used to read when I was a teenager and when I was younger. And my daughter doesn't really read much, but I think about all the technologies and stuff that they can do other than reading. And I think that's part of the reason why I read a lot is because we didn't have these cell phones, we didn't have the internet. You know, you could go outside and play and explore and stuff, and I did do that. And ride bikes and stuff like that, and skateboard and stuff. I did all that stuff. But I read a lot because I think I didn't really have much else to do. And I think that, like you say, at our age bracket, we've seen the world change so much, and we also know that we can survive without all of these different little freaking trinkets that they've given us in the past few, decades or so. And like I say, man, at the end of the day, if all of this shit burned down, like I wouldn't lose any sleep, bro. I'm telling you. If it was no more internet, and you know what I mean, if things
think about it generationally. I'm 55 years old. At 20 years per generation, I have seen 2 and 3/4 of generations that I've lived through. I have watched us go from crazy what the hell ignorance statements right back to crazy what the hell ignorant statements. They're just reworded. It's the same fucking argument.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We kind of got over that, and I'm sorry, all Mr. Biden racial jungle and integration and segregation and all that. I hate to say it, but integration was actually one of the best things that happened for the culture and future of America. It helped us get over the fear we had of each other on site. Now, most of my life, I've grown up in integrated schools. I'm just a couple of years older. I was one of the first students that got integrated, but I was still young enough that it didn't bother. I actually was going to a black school and got bused to a white school.
And wait, your little icon that you have on here, I'm sitting here thinking about it because it's bringing back my damn memories. And I used to play those. I had videotapes that I played for my daughter. That's Reading Rainbow, right? What is it from? The old guy sitting on the ledge and making jokes and shit. Your icon that you...
It's the old troller. It's the trolling guys from the Muppet Show.
It was the Muppet Show? That's what it
The
was?
ones that Waldorf and the other one. They actually made the characters from Trading Places based on them.
Okay.
It was
the Muppet Show?
Those were the two guys up in the box that always used to make jokes about how bad the show was.
Okay, yeah.
And they just, even the good stuff, they just ragged on everything.
Yeah. I love those guys. Super funny.
Yeah, they're kind of like my spirit animals. Because I kind of rag on everything, so.
Yeah, I love it.
I even rag on stuff that I agree with.
It's like a specific episode is popping in my head that me and my daughter was watching and laughing at. It was like, I'm trying to remember it, the details of it though. Like, what was it? It was like it was a husband and a wife, and they got some wishes. What happened was the neighbor came over. A neighbor came over and was like, "Do you have any radishes?" She was like starving or whatever, and they didn't have much food either. But they still gave the lady like their last radish or something. And she said, "Well, thank you so much for giving me that. Now you get 3 wishes." And so the husband and wife got to get 3 wishes. And then that was kind of like the rest of the episode, kind of the drama related to them getting, making these wishes, because they were poor. And so, of course, they wished for money and stuff, but they ended up sad at the end, like they didn't get what they wanted. I remember the guy was like, he said, what did he say? Something on your nose. I wish sausages. That's what she asked for. She was like, the first wish I think was for sausages. And he says, "I wish the sausages were on your nose." And her nose turned into a sausage. Anyways, it's just a memory from
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. Now, oh wait, it turned into Gonzo, right? The guy with the hook nose.
Yeah, she had a hook nose.
This is Kermit, Little Piggy. This was their variety show that they used to do. The Muppet Show with all the guests and everything.
Yeah. These were definitely Muppets. They were definitely puppets.
This is Statler and Waldorf.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I see it. Well, anyways,
they always made fun of the Muppets on the show and how bad the show was.
Yeah. Well, anyways, man, let me get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Love out. Hit subscribe.